Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back. And I'm sorry about last night. Last night, I just got hit like a freight train. I was getting stuff ready after taking an unexpected nap. I'd been sleeping basically all day. And, yeah. All of a sudden, I just wasn't feeling well, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm going back to bed. It was just one of those things, and I slept all night. I mean, I must have gotten 20 hours in total, so roughly, like 19, 20 hours of sleep. It was a lot. There we go. So, yeah, it was definitely much, much needed. Yeah, Medicine. How you doing? How are the things? Also, tonight, it's gonna be a cam off night. I'm not 100%. Still not 100%. Is it unreasonable of me to be jealous of your small coma? No, it's not unreasonable. It was just one of those things. It was definitely just one of those things where I didn't realize I wasn't, like, feeling so hot until I was a zombie yesterday morning, and then I was like, uh-oh, well, maybe if I take a nap, right? And then that nap turned into a really long coma, because it lasted all day. And then I was like, okay, well, I got to get something to eat. And I got something to eat really quick, and then I went back to bed. And then I went back to bed, and then I woke up and went, oh, shit, I got to stream. And then I tried to set up stuff for stream and went, no, I don't feel so good, I'm going back to bed. And then I woke up, and then I was up for maybe 3 hours, and then I passed out for the rest of the fucking night and didn't wake up till noon today. So, yeah, it was just one of those things where it was just like, oh, my God. And even today, am I feeling necessarily the best? No. But that's why it's going to be a cam off thing, because I don't want the lights just punching me in the fucking eyeballs the entire time. Just to kind of get back to, you know, some modicum of feeling normal. So it'll be a cam off stream tonight, but it should help. Oh, I definitely needed it, for sure. I do hope you take a break to rest if you need it. I mean, I definitely have been, like, kind of on and off, been, like, napping today. And it's just one of those things, it's like, other than that, I feel fine. That's the thing. It's like, I feel perfectly fine. I've just been like, ugh, I need sleep. You know what I mean? Just been one of those things. Aylin, how's it going? How you doing? Also, Fafo, it's good to see you. How you doing? So, yeah, it'll be a cam off stream tonight. With more Alien Isolation, but we should be back and running full tilt tomorrow. So how's everybody doing? How did everyone's night go last night? How'd all that stuff work out? You woke up from a nap. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, shit, this just popped up. Oh, damn. Apparently, this came out today. This isn't good. Wow. It stares out the window. Oh, boy. So, hang on. Let me do the thing and turn off the cam, because I'm not using it tonight. Fuck the cam tonight. But this just popped up, and then we'll get into more Alien Isolation. I'm about to dive into this Grinch-themed adult Happy Meal. That sounds interesting. So, anybody interested in Skyrim mods? Because I know one that we got some bad news for. Skyblivion is officially delayed till 2026. It will be a living project with features like spellcrafting possibly coming post-launch. Only got it because I wanted the socks. Hey, nothing wrong with that. It was January 2023 when Skyblivion team originally announced its targeted 2025 launch window. Throughout the past couple of years, the modders have stuck to their schedule, maintaining that they would be able to bring the ambitious total conversion project to fruition by the end of 2025. Today, though, project lead Rebelz's shared a video update to confirm that won't happen, as there are simply too many things to do. The complete fan-made recreation of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion in the engine of Skyrim will therefore be released at some point in 2026. The good news is that the game is in a great state and many aspects are complete or nearly complete. The world map, for example, was troublesome to implement but is now 100% finished, including all unique regions, realms, and Oblivion Deadlands. Skyblivion fans can now get a glimpse of it through an interactive satellite style map now live on the project's website. All quest dungeons are also complete, rebuilt with new layouts, bespoke boss encounters, and unique quest rewards. Only a handful of random dungeons remain unfinished. Most interiors, such as houses, shops, castles, stables, chapels, and inns, are ready. However, many Imperial City interiors are blocked until the city's 3D asset set is finalized, with the expectation to complete all locations by the end of this year. Indeed, the Skyblivion team outlines the Imperial City as the single largest remaining content challenge. Quest implementation is progressing somewhat smoothly, but is still partially blocked by the remaining work needed in the Imperial City. The goal is to finish the quests by Q1 2026, leaving time for playtesting and iteration before launch. Once the Imperial City NavMesh quests and core systems like alchemy, spells, perks, and crafting, which should be feature complete by the end of this year, are wrapped and polished, the modders believe the project will finally be ready for its targeted 2026 release. All other major cities like Anvil, Bravel, Bruma, Shinenhal, Chorrol, Leowin, Skingrad, and the ruined Kvatch have been implemented. The UI is still under development. The team has moved toward a more Skyrim-like interface, with function and consistency taking precedence over aesthetics. Although a custom reskin may be implemented later, core UI work is expected to be done by the first quarter of 2026. The Skyblivion team has been developing a large final fight cinematic between Akatosh and Mehrunes Dagon, handled by professional animators, but production is bottlenecked by manpower rendering, set dressing, VFX, and destruction simulation. Rebelz's calls out for volunteer specialists in those areas to apply so the cinematic can reach the desired quality. If you have such expertise and are willing to help, contact the team through this form. Not all features will be included in version 1.0. For example, underwater combat has been cut due to major conflicts with animation mods, although it may be reintroduced at a later date. Indeed, Rebelz's described this as a living project, which will continue to be refined with bug fixes, but also expanded with the original Oblivion DLC, Shivering Isles, Knights of the Nine, and with additional features like spellcrafting, dynamic dungeons, grave robbing, more creature variety, followers, weapons, armor sets, and more. Overall, it's sad news for those who still wish to play Skyblivion during the holidays. However, even professional games are always prone to delays, let alone volunteer projects like this one. Moreover, Bethesda did release the official Oblivion remastered this year, so those who really want to explore a modern version of the classic role-playing game already have a way to do so. Which, fair, I can understand why it's a bummer. I can totally understand why it's a bummer, but it's still progressing. They just need more time. You know, it is what it is. We just play Fallout 1 until then. I mean, I'm happy to give them all the time they need, but still, I wanted it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's a tough pill to swallow. I get it. I totally get it. But, yeah. Could be worse. Do you know the fine for... What? Do you know the fine for necrophilia in Skingrad? I feel like this is a really bad joke. But no, I don't. Okay, so Sky Oblivion delay, a commitment to release. Let's see what they have to say. Hang on, let me just bring this up on YouTube. It'll be a lot easier.
Project lead on Sky Oblivion. Following our roadmap at the start of this year, I wanted to give you all an update about where Sky Oblivion is in its development cycle and what we have left to finish before its actual release. In 2023, we set our aims to wrap up development and release it in 2025. Unfortunately, as we're getting closer to the end of this year, it pains me to have to announce that our initial goal of releasing Sky Oblivion this year is no longer possible. Despite the game being in the best state it's ever been, we still have some last challenges to overcome that are going to require a little bit more time. This is something we have known for a while, but we did not want to announce a delay without also sharing our current plans and ambitions for the release of the project. Before we get into the rest of the video, I do want to say I appreciate the support over the years, and understand this will come as a disappointment to some of you. However, it's not all bad news. Many parts of the project are in great shape, and to be as transparent as possible, I would like to run you through the overall status of Sky Oblivion and explain what we have achieved so
I gotta say, from what I'm seeing so far, this looks really good.
far and what we need to finish before we can release our game. One of, if not the biggest challenge for the project has always been our world map. And luckily this is 100% finished. Because of that, we have uploaded a little treat to our website for all of you, an interactive satellite map, which you can use to take a closer look at our world. We put a lot of hard work into making sure that every region on the map feels unique, and we're very proud and very happy with how it has turned out. This includes all unique realms and Oblivion Deadlands. All quest dungeons have been completed. We have painfully remade these locations in our own image to provide a totally unique experience, unlike anything you've seen in Oblivion. This also includes some amazing boss battles and unique quest rewards. We do have a few unfinished random dungeons left to do, but we're mostly finished with this part of the project. The majority of interiors, such as the houses, the shops, the castles, the stables, chapels,
What's going on, Spectre?
Completed. But we are currently waiting on the 3D assets of the Imperial City to be finished, as many interior locations are located inside this part of the map. We estimate that we will be able to finish all locations by the end of the year, which leaves room for quest finalization at the start of 2026. All the major cities have been completed, excluding the parts of the Imperial City. A big goal for us has been to add more character to all the different areas of the game and to further enhance the experience of exploring the rich and bustling cities of Cyrodiil. In case you forgot, these are Anvil, Bravil, Bruma, Cheydinhal, Coral, Leywin, Skingrad, and unfortunately, a totally destroyed Kvatch, which does contain its own redesign and very exciting encounters. Finishing the worlds, dungeons, and cities and interiors is well and good, but without Navmesh, nothing will work as intended. As we finish areas on the map or interior locations, the Navmesh team has to go over them and put down a grid made out of triangles in order for NPCs like people or monsters to move around. Because some parts of the game remain unfinished, our team was unable to work on all locations. But as we finish up the remaining areas, they too can be completed. The estimate for completion of quest relevant locations is Q4 2025. And Navmesh as a whole, including QA, will be wrapped up by Q1 2026.
So, Q4 2025 goes into physical 2026. Typically, when they say Q1 2026, they usually mean somewhere around like maybe March, April, at the earliest, maybe end of February.
Our 3D department is mostly out of work, which is a good thing. We managed to finish all the weapons, armors, clothing, clutter, plants, and the majority of our architecture assets, except for the Imperial City. The game world has the hard work of our 3D artists to thank for looking as good as it does. Weapons, armors, and clothes are a highlight for us, as we invested extra time and effort to make sure that these got redesigned to be unique, cool, and beautiful, for you to make your character look just like you want them to. Since we don't have a lot of new 3D assets coming in anymore, our implementation department has been working on putting the last low priority assets into the game. This has been mostly completed at this point. As we are playtesting though, we are finding assets that need to be animated or replaced with similar counterparts from Skyrim. Currently this is being tracked as we find them, and our goal is to finish these by the end of the year. Implementation of quests is going somewhat smoothly, but unfinished locations, such as the Imperial City, are blocking the department from progressing further, As locations open up, the goal is to finish quests by Q1 2026, giving us enough time to playtest for a release. In order to clear the way for mechanics and get all menus running, we have been transitioning to a more Skyrim-like UI design. If time allows, we will work on a reskin to bring our original designs to life, but for now, we need to focus on functionality first. This allows us—
I think that's fair. Just leave the menus that work. Right? Like, you can always do a reskin later, but especially if you're on a time crunch, just leave the menus that work for now and make sure that they all work the way that they're supposed to, and then do a reskin of them later. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea.
To create a solid framework to build upon and make sure that the UI is consistent and finished first. We estimate that this will be achievable by Q1 2026. As a relatively new department, the mechanics team is making solid progress overall. Our primary focus right now is on enhancing the player experience, which requires us to gather feedback from the team members as they play the game. Once the user interface for the perk menu is implemented, we plan to invite playtesters to participate in actual playthroughs of the game. Their insights will help us identify areas that need improvements. We estimate by the end of the year that most major systems such as alchemy, spells, perks, and crafting will be complete, allowing us enough time to test and iterate. Something we have been working on secretly in the background is our final fight cinematic between Akatosh and Mehrunes Dagon. There's a team of professional animators working on this incredible cinematic, but we have run into issues with its production, as animation takes a long time to produce and we lack the people available to create and render the final scene.
I'll be honest, if they can pull off this ending cinematic, I think it'll be worth it. Oblivion Remastered was really, really good, but I've gone back and I watched this fight to make sure it was nothing that I accidentally skipped. And I've seen it on the original Oblivion, and I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of anticlimactic. So if they can pull off this really cool cinematic stuff, holy shit.
If you or anyone you know has skills in this area, we would appreciate you applying so we can ensure the cinematic gets the love it deserves. We are specifically looking for a renderer, a set dresser, a VFX artist, and a destruction sim artist. We all want to release a well-running and well-functioning game. As we move closer to the release date, the goal will be to spend as much time as possible polishing, balancing, and fixing our game for you guys to finally play. There's no real deadline for this, as I expect we will be working on this until the day of release. Additionally, as you guys get your hands on Skyblivion and report bugs, we will surely have more work ahead of us. Some departments' work is dependent on others, which is why we try our best to prioritize finishing the work in the order that is most relevant to Skyblivion's overall progress. We plan on releasing Skyblivion and supporting it with bug fixes after its initial release. Additionally, we also have ambitions to add custom content and the original Oblivion DLCs, like the Shivering Isles and the Knights of the Nine. Some of the content we've discussed adding after our initial release are spellcrafting, Oblivion-like UI reskins, dynamic dungeons, grave robbing, more creature variety, followers and hirelings, even more unique weapons and armors, and more spells, just to name a few. I personally hope that some of you will work on your own mods for Skyblivion, that we can maybe include in future updates as well. With this in mind, there are some things that despite our best efforts, we are not going to be able to ship on release. We had partially working underwater combat, but due to its major conflicts with animation mods and technical issues with the game, we've decided that Skyblivion will function as a better experience for players without it. Currently, the system we had just creates too many risks and conflicts, which is why we decided to cut this feature from the game. Spellcrafting is also something we showed off some years ago. We had a very talented modder help out with the mechanic, and he left the project after he finished his work. Unfortunately, due to the way the mod was made, it broke after a couple of Skyrim updates, and the source code was never shared, making it completely unusable for us.
Ouch.
Both spellcrafting and underwater combat are features we would like to add to the game at a later date.
Wait, so hang on, let me get this straight. So the guy who made spellcrafting did his job, said, hey, cool, we're good to go, and then he left. And never shared the source code with anybody, so then after a couple of Skyrim patches, it all broke, and now they don't have access to the source code to fix it. Ouch.
All that in mind, we remain hard at work, and I do hope that you will wait a little longer for Skyblivion. The game is closer than ever, and with the Imperial City being our last major hurdle, and some more time to polish and complete quests, Skyblivion will finally release in 2026. We thank you all for your continued support of this ambitious project I started more than 10 years ago, and I really genuinely cannot wait to get Skyblivion into your hands.
I like the music. Holy shit. The music sounds good. Hang on, let me go back. See what he said.
Decided to cut this feature from the game. Spellcrafting is also something we showed off some years ago. We had a very talented modder help out with the mechanic, and he left the project after he finished his work.
Yeah, he left the project after he finished his work.
Unfortunately, due to the way the mod was made, it broke after a couple of Skyrim updates. And
Okay.
the source code was never shared, making it completely unusable for us.
So the guy did his job, he made the mod, and then left, but never shared the source code whatsoever. So after a couple of Skyrim updates, it just crapped out, and because no, they don't have access to the source code, they don't know what the fuck is going on. Ouch. Just the tone of his voice when he says that, I don't know. I mean, I can understand that, because I was a little confused at first. I was like, wait, are they saying, like, he just up and left? But no, he said, hey, he did his job.
Both spellcrafting and underwater combat are features we would like to add to the game at a later date. With all that in mind, we remain hard at work, and I do hope that you will wait a little longer for Skyblivion. The game is closer than ever, and with the Imperial City being our last major hurdle, and some more time to polish and complete quests, Skyblivion will finally release in 2026. We thank you all for your continued support of this ambitious project I started more than 10 years ago, and I really genuinely cannot wait to get Skyblivion into your hands.
I like this on the violin. This is really good. And I mean, you know, hey, to be completely honest with you, like, it's entirely possible that maybe there were conflicts, right? Maybe there were conflicts between the guy who made the mod and the rest of the team. We don't know, right? I mean, it sounds like he did his job, but maybe, like you said, because of the tone of his voice, he had to acknowledge that somebody was working on it and what the problems were, but maybe there was some sort of conflict that was going on between both parties, and maybe that's why they can't get their hands on the original source code anymore. I don't know. But I mean, that's also that's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility either, right? I mean, I don't know how many people are working on Skyblivion, but I would assume it's quite a bit. And not everybody's going to mesh, sadly. That's just how it goes. Not everybody's going to mesh with each other. So who knows? Maybe that's it. But, is this the modder that Bethesda ended up hiring ages ago? What, the guy who's talking? You got me. I have no clue. Absolutely no idea. Absolutely no clue. Also, before we get going, there are two ideas that I have for December. Because we're probably going to end up, well, hopefully finishing up Alien Isolation before the Game Awards next week. Is it next week? Yeah, we got a week from tomorrow, and that's when the Game Awards happen. I remember vaguely reading something about a modder getting soft hired for a project. I mean, you got me, honestly. I have no clue. I had two ideas for December, and I wanted to see what you guys thought. So the first one is going back and playing The Long Dark. The Long Dark is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it before. Now I can do either the survival, which is the Long Dark, or I can do the story all over again, which is Wintermute. Unfortunately, the story won't be finished if I play it because the last chapter doesn't come out until next year. So I could do that, but here's the gameplay trailer for the Long Dark.
I didn't come here to fight about the past. I need a pilot to take me somewhere remote. Someone who won't ask too many questions. Someone I can trust.
Wait, questions? Astrid, are you in trouble?
Are you gonna help me or not?
The power went out. Who knows the reason? People started to get cold, hungry. They panicked, started to talk crazy. Others walked here from the highway. Some belonged here. Others were outsiders, like you.
Yeah, see, I was part of that world. That's a world of closed doors and things being off limits. Well, that world's over. This has all happened before. Soon, we'll all be tested. We'll have to choose how far we'll go to survive. You don't have to get it, Mackenzie. You just have to do it.
What I did, the choice I made,
Get away.
I did it for us.
He'll be back soon enough. And when he is, I'll be ready.
Holy shit! Wait! Hold your fire!
They left her, didn't they? She needed help, and they let her go. This is how we make it right.
Astrid!
So they have up to chapter 4 out. Chapter 5 is not coming out until next year. I want to say it's like March of next year, right? But it's easily one of, if not the best survival games that I have ever played. And we had a lot of fun with the story. We really, really did. I've never just sat down and played the actual survival portion of the game. There are two different games in one. There is Wintermute, which is the story, where you still have a bunch of the survival stuff, but there are certain things that happen and you've got to follow the story and go to all these different places. And then there's the Long Dark, which is just literally sandbox survival. That's it. So it takes all the survival aspects from the story and dumps it into one game, gets rid of all the cinematics, and literally it's just survive as long as you can. That's all it is. So we can do one of those two. That's an idea that I've had, and I've been thinking about it over the last few days, because I'm going to be honest, the Long Dark, as tough as it is also really, really cozy. Like, insanely cozy. And I had a lot of fun with you guys when we did this the last time, but it's been so long since since I played it. So we can either do the survival stuff or we could go back through and do the story, because again, the final chapter is not coming out until next year. So that's one idea. The other idea that I had, and again, this is barring something that happens at the Game Awards, which typically does happen, especially over the last couple of years, where they'll drop a trailer and they'll be like, out now, and you're like, fuck, where's my wallet? Is this.
I do not know where you are, or by what means you're even listening to this, but I know you're out there.
You come to hear about the Sith, like the guards, like the Keeper.
Your hands are as bloody as mine, Victor. You worked with the Republic.
It's all the same. People like us. Without someone controlling us, we are lost.
How you will overcome them, I do not know. But the fact that you are listening to this means there is hope. My death is not in vain. Thank you.
We are the Yuuzhan Vong, and we have claimed this galaxy as ours. Your entire reality as you know it has been an illusion since the beginning.
Forget about us! The bastard is after the artifacts!
How many deaths will you be responsible for until you break?
I can't bury another friend.
I am what remains.
Just had to hold on a little longer. How far are you willing to go to survive? You're going down a path we can't follow.
There are worse ways to die. I'll be by your side until the end.
We will do what we must. Looking back is a sign of weakness. And I know you're not weak. Don't hold yourself back because of what others don't understand.
They know our secrets. They know our plans. They know our weaknesses. They know our fears. This is the genesis of a greater conflict. A beginning orchestrated by powers beyond our comprehension.
So it's two really, I mean, like, I've never played Star Wars Genesis before. I've looked at it. I have Starfield. I can absolutely install Star Wars Genesis, but it's a fucking big kahuna of a download for sure, because it's a total conversion mod. It looks really fun. So again, barring, how much is it? It's free. Star Wars Genesis is free. You the only thing you have to have is the Steam version of Starfield. That's it. It's a beast to set up, but I can help you with it offline. Yeah. In size, I want to say it's like it's over 100 gigs. Like, it's big. And that's not including the install size for Starfield. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it's like over 100 gigs if I remember correctly. So you end up with like, I want to say it's like 250 to 300 gigs in total, somewhere around there. It's not a small thing. Definitely doable, but not small. So in total, 1/4 of the SSD. Yeah, probably somewhere around there. Yeah, roughly. It is big. Yeah, like Aylin said, it is chonky. It is very chonky. It does look like it'd be fun though, for sure. So we have that. we also have the Long Dark. And the Long Dark, and again, this is the reason why I'm considering the Long Dark, is because there are days, especially especially now, where it's going to get cold. It's going to get really, really cold, and it's going to be that way throughout this month, and more than likely January, and more than likely February for a lot of places. Probably still into March for a lot of places. But one thing that I found, and actually Spoiled said the same thing as I did. There is something about the Long Dark which is really fun, and it doesn't even take place in the game. But what it is you're watching or you're playing it, and either you or the person that you're watching is sitting in a house. It's really dark. You've got a fire going in the fireplace or next to you, and you're trying to cook stuff, and you're trying to, make stuff and whatnot so that you can survive better, and you have to kill time. So either you're listening to somebody talk to you on stream or something like that, or in my case, I'm talking to you guys. But the other thing that I'm doing, which was a lot of fun, and this is where it comes in, is I have a thermos of hot soup next to me. Because the one thing that the Long Dark does really, really, really well is make you feel cold. So I literally, every single night I played the Long Dark, I literally had a thermos full of hot soup ready to go. Whether I had eaten dinner or not, I always had a thermos of incredibly hot soup ready to go, and literally just below boiling point cup of coffee next to me at all times when I was playing it, and it was super fucking cozy. It was insanely cozy. Sober, good to see you, buddy. I read online that Routine releases tomorrow. Are you planning on playing it? It looks nice. Apparently has good reviews. I mean, I'd love to play it, yeah. We'll see how it goes. I gotta finish Alien Isolation first. That's kind of the big thing. Right? It's not gonna be a day one buy for me. Not even remotely. But I do plan on playing it. Sure. Absolutely. But again, right now we're looking at, if all goes well, we're looking at like maybe next week before Alien Isolation is done. Speaking of which, I'll bring that up. So yeah, like it's gonna take a minute. I'm fresh back from Salsa. Your boy tried the intermediate class and not only kept up, but fucking smashed it. I don't know what happened. I got possessed by the dance. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. It's a weird one. It's way longer than you'd think. Yeah, no, you're right. It is. I mean, I know, pun intended. I get it. But it is. It's a very long game. Okay, so we got that. I gotta go to the Systech Spire. Fuck. Okay, we got all that. Nothing in here. Sadly, we don't jazz hands in salsa, Itzy, but I do a very stylish spin. Nice. Impounded, Marlowe, ammunition and weaponry, level 3 plasma shear, Weyland-Yutani proprietary flight recorder unit, watch wall and personal effects, suspected contraband, medical supplies, Pharmax, Naprolev, no duty, Snoke. Great.
Wait, it's Dr. Lingard. I've just examined a patient with, well, I've never seen anything like it. It's some kind of unknown parasite. I did a quick check on the name they gave me, and there's no one registered under it at Sevastopol. I think she came on board recently. Do you know anything about this? I have no idea what Sinclair and his men were doing, but this should have been picked up during quarantine. Who knows what else they've let through? The patient and her captain are waiting for me in the examination room. Get down here now.
Yay. Okay, well that's weird. Huh. Never seen that before. Interesting. Damn it. How do I get in there? Went out once tonight, but I was holding Ludmilla, and Ludmilla is confidence. Fair. Don't need you salsa dancing your ankle to death. True. We got to know a lot of the veterans tonight, too. They're from all over. Ecuador, Paris, Wales, Colombia. Kind of crazy in my little tin pot town. Sounds good, though. Weights were trapped down. The creature set off explosives we set in the habitation tower, and I'm hearing reports of damage to the spaceflight terminal docks. I don't think we put a dent in it. There's activity in San Cristobal. Maybe it's gone back. Find a way over to the SciMed Tower Transit. Hope to God the sensors and medical reception are still online. Arrest sheets. Yay. No audio. No utility. There. And then... let me see. Flashbang, flare, noisemaker. I can't make any revolver ammo or anything right now. What do you think Weyland-Yutani would sling you in the clink for? Existing? Probably? Oh, okay, that's a... Okay, I've already been there. I just got a hard drive that I ordered a week ago. Issue, the computer registers it as a different model than the one I was expecting. That's not good. Waits as a plan to trap the creature, track it down in the Lorenz Systech Spire, and isolate it. Oh, God.
Ripley, you on your way?
Yeah.
Ricardo's moving in ahead of you. I've sent your guy Samuels to android processing. Once this thing's dead, I'm gonna get him to access Apollo and lift the lockdown.
Samuel's okay doing that?
Guy said he wanted to help and I have my hands full here. Besides, he's a synthetic. Should be easier for him to get in there.
I guess.
Look, Ripley, we're the only people standing between Sevastopol and outright disaster.
Outright disaster has already happened, Waits. All we can do now is kill that fucker.
Got a point. Are synthetics an alien, sapient, and self-aware? I know the trains take forever in this. Or is it like an advanced version of LLMs we have, predictive and clever, but not sentient? So, actually, really good question, first off. Second, there is something that you have to be aware of, is that Blade Runner and Alien take place in the same universe. They are connected. They're about 100 years, give or take, apart from each other. So you have replicants, then you have synthetics, and then you also have stuff like Working Joes. The Working Joes were Seegson's answer to Weyland-Yutani synthetics. Synthetics were Weyland-Yutani's answer to Tyrell Corporation's replicants. So synthetics and replicants are very self-aware of what they are. The difference is that Tyrell Corporation, obviously from Blade Runner, only gave them a very short lifespan, which is why the events of the original Blade Runner happened. And then in Blade Runner 2049, you find out, well, they don't really have any sort of lifespan. The newer versions don't. Since they were taken over by, I can't remember the guy's name, but the one Jared Leto played. Since Tyrell Corp was taken over by him. Meanwhile, Weyland-Yutani was coming up with synthetics, and Seegson was coming up with their own answer, which was cheaper, which were Working Joes. So Working Joes are the predictive and clever type, but are very basic and not sentient. Although they are aware of what they are, but that's because it's part of their programming. Whereas synthetics absolutely are. The problem with synthetics, though, as we've seen, is that synthetics, like the original Ash from the original movie, can be easily manipulated by the company itself. And by the way, and this is the funniest part of Blade Runner and Alien being in the same universe. The only reason why Blade Runner and Alien are in the same universe is because they were both done originally by Ridley Scott, right? And Ridley Scott had a couple of special effects. They were really small special effects that were used in both Blade Runner and Alien, and a couple of super fans were able to actually like talk to him at some point and said, "Oh my God, you know, I'm a fan of Alien, I'm a fan of Blade Runner, and this, are they connected? Because we saw that, you know, this animation happened on this monitor in in Alien, and this, you know, you had the same animations happen but in different order in Blade Runner, and yeah, are they you know?" So we thought, oh yeah, no, they're connected, and it's like, but please, you got to tell us, are they connected? And grumpy old Ridley just took a drag of his fucking cigar and went, sure. And that was pretty much it. So it's literally canon because Ridley Scott couldn't be bothered to say yes. He just went, sure. And that was it. Tomorrow I will get to uninstall the hard drive and then check the drive itself. If the model does not match the one in the paperwork I received, I'll definitely file for a refund with a headache. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, that's why they're both in the same universe, and that's why, yeah. It's mostly because Ridley Scott didn't want to be bothered and was just like, fuck it. Let it, yeah, why not?
I'm in the Systex Spire.
Ripley, heads up. I'm reading lots of malfunctioning systems in your area.
I have to watch Alien movies. Read that later they get kind of meh. Is that true? Yes. My recommendation, if you want to watch the Alien movies that are actually worth watching, Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, skip Alien Resurrection altogether. It's one of the worst fucking movies ever made. Skip all the AVP shit because it's really, really stupid. Prometheus is decent. Alien Covenant is bad, but it's not Alien Resurrection bad. And Alien Romulus is just okay. And me personally, I would also skip Alien Earth. Unrelated, I was watching Critical Role highlights and we so need to do that VTM. Oh yeah. No, I still plan on doing that. Goddamn, our baby boy's already here. Ow.
Please come to your nearest fire assembly point. This is not a drill. Do not panic.
Because there was fire that I backed into. Nice. Good job, me. Actually, here's a good one for you too, Sober. And of course, I have to pee. But here's another good one for you, Sober. For D&D stuff, and believe it or not, for Vampire the Masquerade. So for D&D stuff, and I know it's all online, watch. They started out as podcasts, and then they started doing them at each PAX, and then they had a couple of, like, online shows and everything like that for a little while, and then they went back to incorporating them into each packs and stuff like that. And they're still going, but I think it's new people now because they started with another group, but Acquisitions Incorporated. Absolutely fucking hilarious. They got all the guys, and I've met all the guys personally from Penny Arcade Express. They're insanely funny, just as funny as they are on stage. They're all really, really, really good. And then you have the C Team, which is a whole other cast of people. They're also really, really, really good. So Acquisitions Incorporated is really funny. If you're looking for more Vampire the Masquerade stuff, though, you have Vampire LA by Night, and then you also have Vampire New York by Night, and then you have Vampire Seattle by Night, and I think Seattle by Night is only one season, but LA by Night, I want to say, is like 5 or 6 seasons. New York, I think, is 2, and Seattle is 1. But they're all done by literally the guy that runs all the Vampire the Masquerade shows. I can't remember his name, which is awful because he's awesome. Jason something. Let me find out. Who is the storyteller in LA by Night? Jason Carl. Yeah, Jason Carl. He's really, really, really good. But give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee really quick. And then we'll just keep going. Okay, I is back. Let me see here. Oh, okay, interesting. So Jason Carl, it says, LA by Night has concluded its run. New York by Night has been on a long hiatus. I don't know why. And Seattle by Night had 2 seasons with Penny Arcade. So yeah, there you go. I don't, what, hang on. Why is New York, has New York by Night been on hiatus? New York by Night is on hiatus primarily due to scheduling difficulties with its busy cast and a health issue with one of the main cast members, Jason Colvin. New filming date is being planned, but nothing has been officially announced yet. Oh, a medical issue with a key member of the production, Jason Colvin, caused a filming window to be missed earlier this year. And the team is working on a new filming date, but they are waiting to announce specifics. So New York by Night will be coming back, but it's been a minute. It's definitely been a minute. So yeah, there's some good vampire stuff out there. Really good vampire stuff out there. All right, everybody hang on to your butts.
Your nearest fire assembly point. Ready.
Why don't you ask me about Sevastopol's safety protocols? We're sealing the creature inside. Right. Ow. Okay. Apparently it doesn't want me to do that. You've ordered a new GPU. Oh boy. I forget what I'm supposed to do here other than watch everything blow up. Turn this down a little bit. It's still loud. God damn it. Ow. That's a hell of a flashbang. It really is, isn't it? All right, here comes the boom. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna find out where this goddamn thing is. Give me a second. Hang on. Because I forget. Isolation, fire, suppression system. There we go. I forget where it is. What in the shit? Give me a second. Okay. Good there. Setting flames before you get up and walk through the room. Wait for the android inside to burn up and it falls to its death. Walk over to the next room and hit the button to activate the sprinkler system. The next room. The next room does not help me. There is a next room, but where? Okay, sure. Why not? Fuck it. And bam.
Please welcome to your nearest fire assembly point as quickly as possible.
That's gotta be it, right? Yep.
Wait, what's wrong with this station?
It's always been falling apart, but because of the decommission, a lot of the systems have been shut down. Add to the fact that everyone's too busy trying to stay alive to maintain anything, and you end up with goddamn chaos.
I mean, that's fair. Lock down all escape routes en route to the server farm before sealing the creature inside. Right.
Glad I found you guys. We shouldn't have done that back there. I know we're hungry, but man, this feels so wrong. We've got to sleep soon. I can't hack much more of this.
To be fair, I'm impressed you made it this far on Nightmare. I didn't even make the attempt to Spookums. Oh god. He's eating a people. I think he might be eating a people, yes. Soylent Green is people. True. So true.
Come on. Someone will send help soon. My friend said he saw it. So some people get away. If we see it, we just run. Did something back there just explode?
Yes.
Face your problems. The creature's nearby.
You heard the lady. Let's go.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I was unaware. I will follow all of you. Or not, motherfucker. Okay. Oh, these are friends. Yes, these are friends. I did not realize that these were friends. Did something just explode? Yes, all of the things exploded. Trust me.
This place looks safe.
It's not safe, lady. Believe me, it's not safe. Madam?
The creature's here. You need to leave.
There's nowhere to go.
The mall outside the Marshal Bureau is the safest place.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Now hurry the fuck up. Yeah, these are friendly people. I don't have to kill them. Which is good.
Waits the creature. How are we gonna seal it in?
The Spire was built to process high-value compounds dredged up from the gas giant. Piracy precautions are still in place. The tower can be shut off, vents, doors, everything. So, you build a cage around the creature, then Ricardo locks it down.
Am I even going to the right fucking area? In the server farm before city, I have no idea. That's tech support. It says get to the server hub. I would assume the server hub is in tech support. Server hub reception. Restore power. Fuck me running. Okay. That sounded fun.
Entrance is dead ahead. Use the terminal in reception to open the door.
Yeah, well, I'm saving the game first before I do anything. See? Much better. Entrance is dead. Decontamination, that's not it. Where's the thing? Well, I don't... Oh. Okay. Hang on. I love how absolutely everybody was on the same page, and we're like, okay, these people need to die. And then Ripley talked to them, and we're like, oh. Oops. We were kind of about to nuke you. System monitoring, works archive, no. Make an excellent survivor commune, but not for everyone else. True. To be fair, they were totally barbecuing someone's pancreas. I mean, yes. However, we do eat pancreas at very high-end restaurants. If I remember correctly, isn't that Sweetbreads? What was the thing that he said? That's not it. Here? No. Here? No. Okay, well, that wasn't any help. Is that what sweetbreads are? I always thought sweetbreads was the balls. Well, hang on, let's find out. What are sweetbreads? They are the thymus and or pancreas glands from young animals, primarily calves and lambs. That's what sweetbreads are. Yeah. Why they're called sweetbreads? I don't know. Oh, okay. So apparently it says the word sweetbread is attested to the 16th century, but the etymology of the name is unclear. Sweet is perhaps used since the thymus is sweet and rich tasting, as opposed to the savory tasting muscle flesh. Bread may come from the Middle English bread, B-R-E-D-E, meaning roast meat. So, there you go. Has anyone ever tried them? It looks very edible. I've never tried them. But my guess is, from the looks of them, that they would probably be... I don't know. To me, it almost looks like it would have the, when they're cooked, maybe the consistency of, like, liver. Mild flavor and luxuriously soft, creamy texture. Yeah, so it's like liver that's cooked correctly. Basically, that's the texture. Your internet shit the bed? No. I don't like the taste of liver. My parents love the blood. I like liver. I do. I like liver and onions. I can see that. Some do look like that. Thank you. Now I cannot unsee it. Yeah, they do look like tiny brains, but yeah, they apparently they have the it sounds like they have the consistency of liver. I'd like to try liver. I'm afraid I'm going to hate it and throw up. If it's cooked correctly, it may not necessarily be something that you like, but you won't throw up. Liver is, What's the best? Okay, have you ever had pate before? No. Okay. Do yourself a favor if you can. Go to the grocery store or go on Amazon or wherever and just order a small can of like beef or liver or beef or like chicken pate or duck pate, something like that, and try it. If you don't mind it, chances are you probably won't mind liver. It's a little bit creamier because it's processed, but roughly it's about the same taste either way. The biggest difference is that with liver, typically it's fried. But liver is very, very easy to chew. It's very soft. It's got a very creamy texture to it. It's not bad. It really, really isn't bad, but a lot of people don't cook it correctly. Okay, so nothing in here. He said you have to turn the power back on through reception, but I can't do it through reception because reception doesn't have fucking power yet. God damn it. I remember being stuck on this for a minute. I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, I gotta restore power, but how? Get to the Yes, I know. Get to the server hub. I'm well aware. I know. But I can't get to the server hub because power's down. And I have to fix that before I can do anything else. The server hub reception is down, which means I have to go somewhere else in order to turn the fucking power back on, but I have to remember where to go. You dick. The other day I tried hummus, and I can say that I definitely do not love it. I love hummus. Hummus is really, really good, but again, it depends on the flavor. Stuff like that. There's some hummus where it's literally just ground chickpeas and they don't add anything to it, and it's okay, but there's not really a whole lot of flavor to it. But then there's hummus where it's got like lemon and pepper in it. There's hummus where they'll like they'll dice up jalapenos, like roasted jalapenos, and they'll put those in the center. There's hummus where they'll take like dried sun-dried tomatoes and they'll put that in, and that's really good too and really flavorful. But yeah, I mean, to each their own. I personally love all kinds of hummus, but I can see why people wouldn't, especially considering for a lot of people it can also just be a texture thing. Pine nuts and lemon, that's always good. I've had that. Yep. But I can totally understand why people don't care for it.
Ricardo's finalizing the
Fucking
lockdown.
finally.
You need to close the security doors all around the stairwell. Then the supply storage, maintenance access, and server hub reception. Report in as you go.
Derek still presses heightened containment hazard level today.
Hi. He was nice. He may not be so nice later on, but he was nice now. So I'll take it. When you have hummus, do you make it or buy it already made? Typically, I just buy it. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could take a bunch of chickpeas, add in whatever flavor you want with a little bit of oil, and then make it in a blender, and it wouldn't be horrible. But, yeah, typically I just buy it. How do you know they're hostile or not? If their eyes are glowing red, they are not friendly. It's so fattening for me, so I have to avoid it, but I love it on a crisp bread. Oh, God, yeah. Crisp breads or crackers, anything like that. I love that stuff.
Maintenance access shut off.
Affirmative, Ripley.
The brand you got wasn't the best. It's entirely possible. It could just be the flavor, too. Maybe you're not a fan of the flavor.
Supply storage locked down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Chickpeas are not everybody's favorite thing.
Wait, can you patch me through to Ripley? I've already connected. Ripley, there's an override command that allows you to initiate the emergency lockdown. It's on the terminal behind the reception desk.
Oh, he's so pissed. The scrappy noises like something's in the vent. Yeah, we discovered it when we went to Switzerland, and my parents seemed to like it, but personally, an acquired taste kind of deal. I mean, that's fair. Totally fair. My go-to fast brekkie is hummus on wasa crackers. Oh my god, I love wasa crackers with a sliver of avocado. That does sound really, really, really good, actually. Seven, 8, 9. Oh. Oh. I can acquire any taste through pure Stockholm Syndrome, but there aren't many foods I dislike. That's fair. The vent animation is peak Itsy anxiety. It could cleave you in twain. Oh, yes. Very unhappy alien. Very unhappy. Try the sourdough or the multigrain. Yes, those are both really, really, really good. I agree. The other thing I like, and maybe Itzy can back me up on this one, is if you take those Wassa crackers, right? And you get the little laughing cow cheeses, like the spreadable cheese, and you put those on there. Oh my god, is that good? That's really good stuff. I won't eat octopus, same. And I choose to avoid veal and actual lamb, also same. But most things are free real estate, yep. The herb cheese, oh god, yeah. Mama Pirate spreads those cheeses on crisps, hell yes. Yeah, see, I won't eat octopus only because I feel like eating octopus should probably be a crime. Like, weird as that sounds, because octopi are incredibly smart. Like, they may not necessarily be able to communicate with us and speak a language, but they are incredibly, incredibly smart. Right? They're like, yeah. Squid, calamari, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, octopus, it feels like you're I kind of feel like it probably is sentient, right? It's like eating a dolphin or a whale. You know what I mean? Like, they're both dolphins and whales are insanely smart. And you know, honestly, it's illegal, thankfully, to hunt whales or dolphins. It should be the same with octopus. That's my take on it. Veal, I think it's a fucking war crime. And lamb, I've had before, but it's not that lamb tastes bad, but there's something in the aftertaste that just disgusts me. But yeah, veal, in my opinion, should be a war crime. It really, really should. Like, people always, you know, especially here in the States, people always go with, like, veal cutlets, right? Or, veal parmesan, stuff like that. I just look at it and go, you fucking monster. Yeah, it's literally baby cow. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really, really sad. And it's just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I can see why people would avoid it. That's the worst part. Most people don't avoid it. They just go, oh, it's a cow, it's fine. But literally the only reason why people choose veal is because it's a lighter flavor, because it hasn't been alive long enough. That's the worst part. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, it's tender. Well, of course it's tender. It fucking dropped out of mom 6 months ago. And it's just like, yeah, I can't do that. That to me, that's disgusting. I don't recall if I've eaten it at any point, but I don't think I have, because it makes me feel emotionally icky. Well, and that's the thing. I've tried it before, and it's not that it tastes bad. But then I found out what it was, and I was like, yeah, no, never again. Never, ever, ever. Fuck that noise. The ancient Romans ate dormice. I keep calling it dormice. Like, as a starter. Hang on. I know we've been through this before. Yeah, it is. Dormice, yeah. That's what I thought. Which is... ew. Nuts, seeds, fruits, berries, and insects. Ew. No thank you. Yeah, no thank you. Not actual mice, which threw me. More like a vole, yeah. They also ate garum by the lakefuls. And that shit is gross. Yeah. I've eaten insects fried in a wok. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I won't touch insects either. Not because they're, like, I don't know. I don't think I could do it. Like, if somebody paid me to do it, sure. But I wouldn't like it. At all. Crickets specifically, it's the legs. The legs are a nope. Yeah, that's fair. Ants are peppery. Ew. I don't like that. Taste is just whatever it's cooked in. I could see that. I could totally see that. Tarantulas are nutty, but fuck everything about those hairy bulbous fucks. Also fair. Well, it's like, I mean, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing you got to remember, Spectre. The reason why you have so many cultures that eat bugs isn't because, I mean, today it's probably because it just, you know, translated over after so many years, right? But the original reason why they ate bugs is because they didn't have anything else. So if you go to, like, Laos, or you go to Vietnam, or you go to a lot of other places, even China, where you'll have like scorpions on a stick, right? Like fried scorpion, or you'll have grasshopper, you know, you have like a bowl of grasshoppers, or, you know, like other weird stuff. It's not because they're just like, oh no, this is a delicacy and it tastes so. No, it's because they literally had nothing else to eat for a certain period of time, so they had to end up, unfortunately, resorting to eating bugs just to get the kind of proteins that they needed. Right? And it just stuck. And it's like, okay, but that's, to me personally, that kind of feels like that's one of those things where it's like, all right, we understand you needed to do it. We understand in some countries you may still need to do it, but it doesn't mean I need to do it. Just reenact that whole Scorpion King scene sober, really drive it home. Oh, God. Oh, speaking of, did you guys hear about Brendan Fraser talking about possibly doing another Mummy movie? Yeah, I was excited. I watched an interview, right? And it was really, really funny because he was going through like all the movies, like all the big hits during his career, and he was like, yeah, absolutely, we could talk about the Mummy, you know, except for that last one. We don't really talk about that one, right? Which I thought was really, really funny. The third one that he was in, he's like, we don't talk about that one. But yeah, he specifically said, he's like, yeah, I mean, you know, if there's a good script and whatnot, I'd come back. Absolutely. Get the whole crew back together. We could totally do it. Sure. Why not? I'm so happy that he got his confidence back. He's so, you know what? Hang on. I'm being derailed again, but fuck it. Why did Brendan Fraser stop acting? He paused his acting career due to a combination of factors: severe physical injuries from doing his own stunts that required multiple surgeries, his mother's death from cancer, a difficult divorce, and a sexual assault by a former Hollywood Foreign Press Association president, which he believes led to him being blacklisted by the organization and Hollywood. He described being ill and depressed after the 2003 incident and felt the phone stopped ringing for a time afterward, leading to a period of withdrawal. Holy shit. It says he sustained numerous injuries from performing his own stunts, particularly during the filming of the Mummy franchise. He underwent multiple surgeries, including a laminectomy and a partial knee replacement. His physical pain and recovery process took him away from acting for an extended period. His mother died from cancer, which was a significant loss for him. He went through a painful divorce in 2007, which was a difficult time personally and financially. He also dealt with personal struggles related to his eldest son's autism diagnosis. In 2003, Fraser claims he was sexually assaulted by Philip Burke, a former president of the HFPA. He felt the incident left him ill and led to depression and anxiety, making him more reclusive, and he believes that as a result of speaking out, he was blacklisted. And the phone stopped ringing, though he admitted he didn't have the courage to report it at the time. So poor dude's been through a lot. But I'm glad he's back. I'm really, really glad he's back, because I always liked Brendan Fraser. I thought he was a good dude. Yeah, unfortunately, it does sound a lot like Hollywood, just in general. I'm literally just waiting for the alien to show up one more time so that I don't head toward that elevator and get my ass eaten. Aliens eat ass like groceries? Yep. Oh. Hey, buddy, you gonna... Oh. What's going on, Mongo? Activate Ricardo's override command. Well, I'm glad it finally fucking told me. No. What'd I do? Did it work? Did I break it? What happened? Ricardo, your thing sucks, buddy. What's going on? No. No. Ah, there we go.
Sorry, reception is closed off.
Good job. Come through to the server farm, quietly.
Come through the server farm. Right. You think they use that printer paper that you have to tear the sides off? Absolutely they do. 100%. Good old dot matrix printers. Hey, buddy. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I've set up an emergency shutdown at the terminal inside the server room. Get out. I'll keep your exit open till you're through.
Oh.
Shut the trap.
Oh. Okay, that worked. You peed yourself, or why not both? Why does it have to be one or the other? was always a 50-50 if I'd tear my whole fucking essay or not, right? Okay, so we got a working Joe asking the alien what it is, which is not good. That's not a good sign. The mythical shark fountain. True. Listen, bro, don't make me spank you. Back Joe trying to escort the alien. Yeah. Out of that air, that Joe, yeah. Did you recover, by the way? I meant to ask. You must have been zonked. Dude, so, okay. This is what happened yesterday. So, I woke up, I had some stuff to do, I did some stuff early, and then I went, fuck, I'm really tired. And I must have slept from 10 a.m. to about 5 or 6, and then I woke up, grabbed something to eat, and then said, okay, I need a nap, and went back to bed, and I set my alarm so that I could wake up at 7. Okay, fair enough. Because that's when I typically start stream anyway. Didn't wake up at 7. Woke up later. That's when I sent the thing to you guys and went, okay. And then I sat down, started up OBS. The room started going a little fuzzy, and I went, uh-oh, nope, going back to bed. That's exactly what I did. Woke up at 1 a.m., was up for about 3-4 hours, and then went back to bed and woke up at about noon today. And I mean, aside from just being tired, I was fine. But even today, I was definitely still a little tired. And I was like, huh, that's kind of weird. I mean, other than just feeling tired, I'm perfectly fine. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure, like, what it was. Maybe it was a bug that's going around. I have no clue. Still blame the smoothie. Such a butthole pucker of a game, absolutely. Good at taking care of yourself mostly, because if you don't, I'll set spoiled on you. I mean, it was just one of those things where I was just like, fuck it. Like, I wasn't gonna try and force it or anything, because you know how it is. Like, I'm sure you guys know how it is when it's like when you have to be entertaining in one way, shape, or form, right? And you know you're not up to it at all, and you're just you don't feel right, and you're just like, fuck this, I'm going to bed, right? It was one of those days. At least today I'm functional. I'm not like a complete fucking zombie, which is really nice. I wasn't going to keep the camera on because, I don't know, I didn't want the fucking lights punching me in the eyeballs and going, I need to go to bed because my eyes hurt, right? But at least I'm up and I'm doing things, and that's all well and fine. So tomorrow I should be back with the cam on, but yeah, it was just one of those deals. Oh.
With Seegson, there's someone behind you, helping you every single step of the way.
And let me put it this way, Aelin. The smoothie probably didn't help all that much. I'll be honest. That's my flashlight.
If you find this facility in a state that
A crisp buddy. Dealer's choice mustard chips, Moderna vinegar, or black pepper. Ooh, I don't even know. Good question. You gonna roll a D&D die? Oh boy.
Hazard containment breach locked. Unidentified species. What are you?
Let me in. Hurry up. Holy shit nuts. You know what? I'm gonna hide under here for a minute. I feel like it's coming back. Shadow does. I love roll for sandwich. They're so good. I love butter, but it makes my waistline expand. That's fair. Also, I had a thought yesterday at some point during my in between my multiple comas, right? You know how like everybody and their mother who aren't diabetic are like trying to get on Ozempic to lose weight? What the hell ever happened to the good old days, like when we were kids and you might have seen one of your parents having oh fuck, what's it called? God damn it. What's it called? Slim Fast. Right? Whatever happened to the days when, like, you might have seen your parents, like, having a glass of Slim Fast, right? And then you wanting to try it, and it was one of those things where, like, your parents were telling you, no, 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 you can't do that because, trust me, it's gonna be a bad day. And then you try it, and, I mean, you're just blowing it out your asshole the entire time. Twitches from the Ozempic mention? Oh, no. Why are you twitching from the Ozempic mention? You hate those meds? Oh, well, that's fair. Oh, fair. Totally fair. And I'm sure you've had plenty of people who have tried to get on Ozempic too and not actually need it. I fucking knew it. Crit, what's going on? It's actually going pretty decent tonight. I'm just waiting for... Oh, I gotta sneeze. Ow. I'm just waiting for the alien to make its appearance and then go away so I can hit the thing. It was very good for my brother who has bad knees, so can't exercise easy, but I have no good excuse. Well, so here's... And again, I've only read, like, certain things. I haven't, like, done a deep dive on it or anything. It does, as a byproduct, it does absolutely help with weight loss, yes. But the problem here in the States is that there are so many people who just are too fucking lazy to exercise or do much of anything. And they just go, oh... Well, I hear Ozempic does weight loss, but the problem is once you get off Ozempic, the hunger cravings and your metabolism kick back in like threefold. So you have to stay on it the entire time until you can do something about cravings, because if not, as soon as you get off it, you're gonna balloon. Like, immensely. Because you just won't be able to stop eating. Meanwhile, the people who really need it can't get it because you have all these other people who want it for weight loss, so then they try to up the price on it to stop people who don't need it from getting it, but that fucks over the people, even with insurance, immensely, who do need it. And then, God forbid, they lose their insurance. Now you're looking at $1,200 to $1,500 per thing of Ozempic. So it's a really shitty thing. It's such an annoying thing. Like, I get that it does something nice, like helping you lose weight, but I feel bad for people that really needed it and couldn't get it because of the fashion part of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's always kind of been my thing about it, too.
Is my exit open, Ricardo? Wait a minute. Ricardo, is my exit clear?
Jesus, he's shot. He won't move. What are you doing, Ricardo? Fix it.
Oh, God.
I'm sure Ripley working on it.
Oh boy. Because of it being abused now, we have a ton of regs in place that everyone has to go through to prove that you really need it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a giant pain in the ass. It really, really is.
Ricardo, you got news for me?
I need more time.
God,
Have more time.
Ricardo, I can only hide under this table for so long. Yeah, sure, I'll just get out. Why not? Fuck it. Well, and here's the other thing. Ricardo, this alien has a mouth inside its mouth. Hurry the fuck up, right? And so here's the other thing, too, and I'm sure that you've come across this too, Aelin, and this is something, like, I never understood, is, to an extent, I understand why insurance companies do this, and I understand why doctors do this, too, but the worst part is that everybody gets so paranoid over things. So, for instance, and I don't know how it is in other countries, I can only speak for the States, but one of the other things that really sucks, too, is you have people that are called seekers. So you may have somebody who walks into an emergency room and they're like, oh, well, I hurt my elbow. I need as much Percocet as you can give me because I fell and I hit my elbow. Right? Just stupid shit like that. Or they'll make up some like nebulous and vague excuse as to why they need shit that's gonna fuck them up. Specifically because they just want to get fucked up. Right? And that it's all well and fine that they have precautions in the way, but the worst part is now is that doctors and medical staff and even insurance companies are so paranoid that the people who really need stuff have to jump through so many hoops to get it. Favorite parts of the day are getting yelled at because someone can't get Ozempic because they don't meet the criteria, or that they can't get their Viagra, and that they desperately need so that they can get a boner every day. JK, I hate it. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I would absolutely hate that shit too. My emotional support Percocet. Well, thank you, Itzy. I appreciate that. Oh, I could have just gone out this way? What the fuck? Really hope I'm going the right way. I don't know if I am. Can I save? There we go. What do you think this place smells like? Probably burnt circuits. Escape the server hub, okay. Gina coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Gina. How you doing tonight? Hold on. There we go. How's Half-Life 2 treating you, Gina? Nope, can't go that way. Hey, buddy. You can just stay out of my way. That's what you can do. Just stay out of the way and everything will be fine. Okay. Ricardo's dumb. Search. You got nothing. Well, shit. I'm doing pretty good. I don't know why everything I type tonight has me sounding like Hannibal in space. I wonder if Joe Fluid has a smell. Yeah, it's white. Yep. I'm trying to escape the server hub.
Ricardo, how did you open it back up?
I had to suppress the alert. It was the only way to get Ripley out.
You let it out? We had it locked down, and you let it out? Ripley, it's still on your tail.
Where should I go?
Take the elevator to Gemini Labs. If it follows, we can still trap it there.
God damn it, Ricardo.
We can't let it escape again, no matter what.
Hey, Sophia, how you doing? Fucking Ricardo, man. Maybe some sort of mint. Mint, huh? Like Ipana?
Last time I trusted him, huh? I don't want any trouble.
You don't... Dude, bro.
Don't think I can't. It's nothing.
Jesus! Oh, you're fucked. Ow! It's her fault. Keep the alien occupied. Sing a song, do a dance, whatever you need. Toothpaste and pennies. Oh boy. How you doing, Sophia? How are the things?
Ricardo, how did you open it back up?
I had to suppress the alert. It was the only way to get Ripley out.
You let it out? We had it locked down, and you let it out? Ripley, it's still on your tail.
Where should I go?
Take the elevator to Gemini Labs. If it follows, we can still trap it there. Ripley, Ricardo, we can't let it escape again, no matter what.
Just fine and dandy. Good. Glad to hear. Okay, well, it's not this elevator, which sucks.
such a hurry to die?
Are you?
You're making
Have fun, buddy. Ow. Of course, the one fucking time I need the alien. Fucking dickhead Ricardo.
Ricardo, how did you open it back up?
I had to suppress the alert. It was the only way to get Ripley out.
You let it out? We had it locked down, and you let it out? Ripley, it's still on your tail.
Where should I go?
Take the elevator to Gemini Labs. If it follows, we can still trap it there. Ripley, Ricardo, we can't let it escape again, no matter what.
Hey, it wasn't my fault. It was Ricardo's dumbass. Okay, hang on. Let me see, because I know I'm going to get confused here. Let me see. Yep, that's fine. Server hub, we just did all that. Did all that. Kind of have a feeling. Following motion detector said, okay. Yep, that's fine. You first found the access tuner. What? Head back to the area where you first found the access tuner and ride the elevator in the upstairs room with the couches. Oh, okay, so I am in the right area. Okay, good. Whew. Just making sure.
Chance to leave.
That should call it. There. You just got firebombed, idiot. Ow. Oh, now they worry about it being here. Lovely. Question. How? How what? How did I die? Somebody fired a gun at the top of my head? Oh, I pissed him off. Ugh. Of course, the guy with the shotgun got me. I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about them anymore. And it still missed one guy? Holy shit. Fucking idiot. That's not good. I'm low on flamethrower fuel. Of course, as I'm reloading. Oh, boy. How am I looking? That's not what I wanted. 317. Okay. I was hoping to be able to bait all of them, and then the xenomorph takes care of them, but that didn't go so well. Now, wait a minute. Hang on. Have fun. Wrong way, stupid. You idiot. Really? I know there's a drop down in that room. I've seen it do it. Ooh. Yeah, he wasn't having any of my shit today. This thing's gonna be on my ass the entire time. Also, it really doesn't help that every time I walk, it sounds like I'm dragging a fully loaded Coleman cooler behind me. Did that even work? I don't have the noisemaker anymore, so... What, do I have a fucking dud? Well, that's not good. Oh, there he is.
Fuck! Shit!
God damn it. Ah, balls. I gotta find a better place to hide. Which is going to suck.
She never left the others. How do I get off this wreck?
I love how this guy's sitting there, like, asking all these questions, like, how do I get off this wreck? I don't know, man. How about stop pointing guns at people? Maybe they have a way off. Maybe, you know?
Me out even before it all went to shit.
I didn't like that.
I can't remember the last time I slept.
Someone that, whoever you are,
Fuck. Yeah, this thing's gonna be a bitch. Oh, it's true, I did.
This is my place. Get out of here. I'm warning you.
Come on, dude.
Last time I trust anyone in this tin can.
Yeah, he's still there. Fuck. And dead. Oh boy. That'll piss him off.
Christ!
Oh, he was right behind me. Jesus.
I'm in Gemini, Waits.
We need that whole facility powered up. There's a freight elevator you'll need to take, but ever since Seegson pulled funding from Gemini, it's been out of action.
Okay, I need a torch upgrade first. But before I do anything, I should probably save and not go under that square vent. Hello? You okay? You gonna...
You look like you've been through the mill.
Thanks. You look like shit, too. You know, there's a thing, right?
See a friendly face.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see a friendly face, but there's another thing, and it's coming, and it's not very friendly.
You look like you've been through the mill.
Yep, can confirm. Have been through mill. She's just crazy. Well, you tried. Yep, I did. She doesn't want it, so...
You are so empty.
Well, you know, maybe there's a reason behind that, lady. Just thinking out loud.
It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly.
Oh yeah, do it quietly and all the gas goes off. Oh no, it's this part.
Trying to sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sevastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security's still online.
Okay, enough talk now, Waits.
I remember this part. Actually, funny thing, we're a lot farther along than I thought we were. But that doesn't mean Waits won't be an asshole the entire time. Which we know he will be. There's the security camera, which is bad. It's not me. Okay, maybe it is me. Fuck. Okay, it wasn't me. Yeah, it's not tracking me. That's not good. God damn it. Hi. You gonna help? lady?
We're gonna die here. You know that, right?
Well, we don't have to. We could die somewhere else. That would be fine.
This really doesn't feel right, does it?
No. No, it doesn't. You're sitting in a room full of dust bunnies. See, look, all the dust bunnies. And there's a thing in the vents. You should probably go somewhere else.
We're gonna die here. You know that, right?
Okay, well, you're not being of any help, so good on ya.
This place looks safe.
It's not safe, trust me.
Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly. Season's been trying to sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sebastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security.
Still making shell toes? I don't know.
Okay.
Apparently.
Now wait.
Oh. Plasma torch upgrade required. Fuck. Well, that's bad. There's a fucking vent right there. How fortuitous, right? Putting this phone in the disposal. Oh no. Okay. I hear it. I can't see it, but I hear it. It's not a good sign. Ooh. Fallout 76 is free if you have Prime. Doing that crap, huh? I mean, it's Bethesda. They don't let anything go for free. Sounds like Ripley has broken suspension. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Oh, shit. Yes, Aelin. New Lo-Fi Girl lore just dropped? Really? Are we gonna have to be derailed for a moment so I can find out new Lo-Fi Girl lore? Probably. Yeah, more than likely. Well, that didn't sound good. Hey, buddy.
Relentless in the pursuit of affordable quality.
Oh, that thing will be back.
Are you lost?
No.
Come with me, please.
I can't. I'm sorry. Ah, fuck beans. Yeah, Lo-Fi Girl has lore. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Sophia. Hmm. Okay, let me... This is the worst place to do that. Hang on. We'll sit here with Miss Depresso. What is this new Lo-Fi Girl lore? Let me see. Where is this, Aelin? Okay, let me see. Oh, interesting. Hang on. Holy fuck. Really interesting. So we don't know this guy. They're calling him her father. Huh. Maybe it's her birthday? I don't know, a rose just kind of seems odd. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, he's definitely waiting for someone, for sure. Okay, so here's the lore behind Lo-Fi Girl so far. So, we only used to get the girl sitting at her desk, writing constantly and stuff like that. And then we got another channel, and I can't remember what his name is, but he's more of like a cyberpunk synthwave kind of music, which is all well and fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, come to find out, he lives in the same city that Lo-Fi Girl does, because they did a zoom out from the window of his apartment, and it's literally one of the windows that you see from the window of Lo-Fi Girl's apartment. And there's also, I want to say they did a thing where, I want to say it was like a 7-minute movie or something like that, where they did like a full kind of like animation or whatever, and it kind of gave a little bit more backstory to Lo-Fi Girl. And people have been waiting for more lore for the longest time, but now we have no idea who this guy is. We have absolutely no clue. So this is a brand new character in the Lo-Fi Girl universe. We don't know who he's waiting for. We're assuming it's some late night dinner, right? He's waiting for his date, whoever that is. We don't know his name. It's drum and bass daddy. Oh, God. He's got a book down here that says Modern Aviation. Huh. I don't know. He's drinking a lot of wine. He's gonna be fucking hammered in a minute. Could very well be a Christmas reveal. What does the chat have to say? Incredible future, you deserve your hard work. What? Your hard work today is building the foundation for the incredible future you deserve. That's all it keeps saying? Really? Focus on progress, not perfection. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is her father. Or maybe it's a, maybe it's like a childhood friend or something? I don't know. I mean, Lo-Fi Girl, shit, she's got to be at least 21 now, right? Well, how long have they been going? I don't even know. Oh, God. He's been going for 12 plus hours. Yeah, he's been going for over 12 hours, so he's gonna be fucked. It went live on Thanksgiving, so that's a weird day to choose as well. That is weird. I don't know. That's an odd one. Huh. I'm not seeing anything else out of place. He's got the modern aviation book, which stands out. He's drinking a fuck ton of wine. He's got the rose. He constantly is looking at his watch. He's wearing a bow tie and he's wearing a cardigan. But, I mean, other than that, everything else looks fine. I don't know. That's a weird one. That's a really weird one. I wonder what it's going to be. Wish you drank more wine? Eh.
Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly.
It's not that wine is bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's not, but I don't drink wine to get fucking plastered either.
Okay, enough talk now, Waits.
Can't do wine because of the histamine. That's fair. That is totally fair. Like, I'm not much of a huge drinker anyway. I really never have been. Like, every once in a while, I'll be like, you know what? A Bloody Mary sounds really good. Right? And I'll have myself a Bloody Mary. I love wine, a nice full-bodied Cabernet, but I can't drink it anymore. Yes, I want you to feel sorry for me. I do feel sorry for you, Sophia. I get it. But yeah, I like every once in a while, it's like, you know what? A Bloody Mary sounds good. Or a Monte Cristo sounds good. Or, you know, like, if I have it because I was using it for something, sure, a glass of wine. Why not? But, yeah, or like every once in a great while, I'll get a craving for like an ice cold beer. But it has to be the right beer. It can't just be like any dirty old fucking piece of shit American beer. It's got to be something actually good, right? But other than that, it's like, eh. I mean, it's there, but whatever. You know what I mean? Me personally, I got all my alcohol abuse out of my system in college. They already have shit on the Lo-Fi Girl wiki? Really? What's the new info? It's Lo-Fi Dad? Oh no. Lo-Fi Dad is Lo-Fi Mom's partner. Well, yeah. And is the father of Jade. Jade is Lo-Fi Girl, by the way. That's her name. He appears in the Snowman music video and in a Parisian Romance video showing his first interaction with Lo-Fi Mom. Okay. See Snowman video page for more. Lo-Fi Dad makes his first appearance during this video. Okay, so that's probably him. November 15th, 2023, Jade is shown studying at the beginning until a snowflake lands on her head. Jade remembers a past trip she and her parents, Lo-Fi Dad and Lo-Fi Mom, took and is brought to tears. During the past trip, she remembers seeing a constellation with her dad. She moves up a staircase and bumps into Lo-Fi Boy, which causes her to drop her notebook. As she reaches the top of the stairs, she looks out over Lyon. As she looks up at the night sky, she sees the same constellation as she did with her dad in the past. 2024 souvenir box. Lo-Fi Dad is shown in some photos during the butterfly video. Jade saw a butterfly fly into her room and land on an old camera as seen in the butterfly video, which has its own page. This reminded her of her parents, and she reached under her bed for a box of souvenir items, which are presumed to be from or involve her parents. She held a pendant, which is believed to belong to her dad, and sifted through several photos. Eventually, she saw a coffee shop voucher. Okay, Parisian Romance. In this video, it shows Lo-Fi Dad waiting for Lo-Fi Mom at an event. It seems that he wants to ask her to dance, but is too shy. At the end of the video, Lo-Fi Mom walks over to Lo-Fi Dad and starts talking to him. Okay. Lo-Fi Dad is shown in a series of photos that lead up to the release of new radio, relaxing jazz music, cozy radio to study and chill to. The events of the jazz radio are a continuation of the Parisian Romance video above. At some point prior to Jade being born, Lo-Fi Mom and Dad are at an event in Paris. Lo-Fi Mom walks up to Dad and asks him to dance. After they dance the night away, she writes down a date and a time on a piece of paper and gives the piece of paper to Lo-Fi Dad by hiding it in his pocket. Mom also leaves her signature red scarf for Dad. During the jazz radio events, Lo-Fi Dad can be seen waiting at a table, apparently waiting for Lo-Fi Mom to show up. Oh. Interesting. Name of Lo-Fi Dad is a fan-made term, as his actual name is unknown. Fans have debated calling him Jack or Jacques, among a few other names. Lo-Fi Dad wears his watch on his right hand. This may mean that he is left-handed, like his daughter Jade, who is left-handed. Jade is a Japanese grandmother. It is unknown if this grandmother is Lo-Fi Mom's mother or Lo-Fi Dad's mother. Okay, but that doesn't mean he's left-handed. Wearing a watch on his right hand does not mean he's left-handed. Not at all. That doesn't make any sense. I'm left-handed and I wear my watch on my left hand. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I'm left-handed and I wear my watch on my left hand. Why would that mean at all that he's left-handed? That doesn't make any sense. The ability to write with one hand or the other does not determine what hand you feel most comfortable or what wrist you feel most comfortable wearing your watch on. That makes no sense. Where did they get that? And I love how they say this may mean that he is left-handed. First off, one of his parents has to be left-handed because left-handed people don't just show up out of the blue. Somebody in the family has to be left-handed and the trait is passed down. That's how it works. So, duh. Second, saying, oh, well, he wears a watch on his right hand means he could be left-handed is like sitting there and going, oh, well, I mean, he wears a bow tie, so he might like bowling. What? That makes zero sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Not to mention, there are plenty of men and women who wear rings on their left hand, and it may not even necessarily be their ring finger. And there are some people that actually wear a ring on their left ring finger, but are not married because they don't like wearing them on their right hand. There are people who wear rings on both hands. There are people who wear rings on only their right hand. It doesn't mean that necessarily that they're married or, you know, there's a special, like, what? Like, my dad wore his watch on his right hand, but he was left-handed. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around that theory. Still, like, but I'm left-handed and I wear my watch on my left hand. It's just it's a comfort thing. Meanwhile, my dad loved to bowl when he was younger, but was left-handed when it came to bowling. But I'm right-handed when it comes to bowling and shooting. So obviously the theory kind of has flaws, and it's just guesswork. You know you're high when you start worrying if the little mouth is getting enough to eat inside the big mouth. Oh God, Itzy. I would love to restore access to distribution, but it's kind of being a giant pain in the dick. How creepy would it be if the alien was also a Joe? Oh, dear God. Yeah, no, this room is not safe. So, this Joe has no reason to attack us yet. Because we haven't done anything yet. Like, he knows we're here, he just doesn't care. The "what are you" line creeps me out so much. So, okay. Here's the thing that I always found really, really, really creepy. Like, why are they curious? They're curious because they see the xenomorph, but they don't understand what it is, right? At the same time, the xenomorph does not attack the working Joes because it's not close enough to be considered biological life. So as far as they're concerned, it might as well just be a piece of machinery that walks around that they don't have any interest in because it's not food. So you have one thing that can't really see it, and another thing that can see it but doesn't understand it. So they just never interact with each other. It is, yeah. It's basically a giant Roomba. Yeah.
Experiencing a heightened containment hazard level today.
But that also explains quite a few things, actually, if you stop to think about it. That also explains why the Queen Alien went after Bishop in Aliens. Because at the beginning of Aliens, she finds out what Bishop is, and she goes, "You're a synthetic?" And he goes, "Well, I prefer the term artificial person myself." He's so close to actually, like, being a regular human that has been basically replicated that the alien can't tell the difference between synthetic life and regular human life. But these are working Joes. They're just literally motherboards and computer chips. That's all they are.
labs, the others in the decontamination room.
We don't forget the little details when seeing the big picture.
I just don't like the idea of a curious sentient AI that's in a body that could crush me like a soda can. That's totally fair. I'm just waiting for the fucking thing to pop down so I can actually go somewhere. Okay, actual question for you guys. Which movie do you prefer and why? Alien or Aliens? There it is. Alien, fair. Totally fair.
What are you?
Fuck. I hate this part so much. I've never seen Alien all the way through from start to finish, and Aliens I went to see with a jerk who was so muscular he could barely turn his head. Oh boy.
Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly. Seegson's been trying to sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sebastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security's still online.
I'm not qualified to answer your question. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I don't know. I love both movies for vastly different reasons. Alien is definitely the horror movie. I'll put it that way. It's definitely the horror movie for sure. Aliens definitely has horror elements to it, but it's not a horror movie. I'll put it that way. It's like sci-fi action horror, I guess would be the best way to put it, because it does have some really good horror elements. But I think the problem, and this has always been my take on things, the problem with Aliens is that it did as much good for the franchise as it did bad for the franchise. And what I mean by that is, after Aliens, you had Alien 3. Alien 3 was definitely more horror. More so like the original Alien. It had a lot of problems, yada, 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 so it wasn't as well liked. But they definitely tried to go back to the horror aspect versus just colonial marines blowing the shit out of everything. The issue is that every single fucking Alien movie after Alien 3, and with the exception of Prometheus and Covenant, have always tried to do, it's Aliens, but, and then they try and add their own spin to it. So like Alien Resurrection, it's like Aliens, but we kind of took the premise of the first movie and tied it in with elements of Aliens. And it's also 200 years in the future, right? Alien Romulus, it's like Aliens, but instead of a group of colonial marines, you have a bunch of kids who have no idea what the fuck they're doing. AVP, it's like Aliens, but now you also have a predator. AVP Requiem, it's like Aliens, but now it's on Earth. And instead of colonial marines, you have actual, like, military personnel that we have IRL. They constantly do that. For the longest time, before Alien Romulus came out, there was another Alien movie that was supposed to be directed by Neil Blomkamp, And it was literally supposed to pick up where Alien 3 left off. And it was supposed to be that Ripley wasn't actually dead. And neither was Hicks. Newt was still dead, but Hicks wasn't. So it was going to be older Hicks and older Ripley. And it was going to be more of the same from Aliens. And it's like, what the fuck, guys? Can we come up with something new or original, please? I mean, hell, even most of the games, and this is why I love this game compared to basically any other Alien game, all of the Alien games are, it's like Aliens, but whereas this one isn't trying to be Aliens, it's trying to be a continuation of 1979's Alien, which I personally think is a lot better, because people either A, don't know how to do horror, or B, just don't get it. So they tend to leave it alone. And then you have gems like this. So it's like, it just, I don't know. I love Aliens, but it's so tough. Because I think it does as much bad as it does good. Oh, I'm fucked. Well, okay, not fucked. I'll take it. But yeah, that's one of the many reasons why I didn't care for Alien Romulus. I thought Alien Romulus was a joke. And then Alien Earth even more so. Alien Earth, in my opinion, was just really bad. Like, there's so many questions with Alien Earth that I just don't understand. And they never, like, extrapolate as to why things are going the way that they're going, right? Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You have a ship that crashes into a building, right? Okay, fair enough. Now, let's say, even in today's world, you have not even an airliner, but let's say you have like a little Cessna or something like that that crashes into a building. The police are going to show up. They're going to cordon off the area. They're going to evacuate the building, right? That's all well and fine. What's the next step? You're going to get firefighters. You're going to get emergency personnel. You're going to get everyone into the building that you can to get everyone out of the building safely and to see if there are any survivors, right? Okay, fair enough. So why is it that they have the military show up in full force? And by the way, they're not doing search and rescue. It's search and destroy. So why? They don't tell us anything. They don't go, oh, well, it could be a terrorist attack. They don't go, oh, well, it could be, you know, anything that could be hostile. No. You literally just have armed fucking colonial marines going into a building, clearing it floor by floor for zero reason. And only when they're satisfied, after hours and hours and hours, where people have probably died, do they allow in any search and rescue efforts. Why? In what world does that make sense? Like, it's really, really, really weird. Or why is it that they had to take a 14-year-old girl, take her brain out, stick it in a synthetic to where she's like 22, 23, and make her the leader of change her name, by the way, to Wendy, so that she can be the leader of, and I shit you not, a group of other children synthetics called the Lost Boys. Why? What was the point? You see what I mean? It's so fucking weird. And then for some unknown reason, Wendy is able to telepathically communicate with the xenomorph. I'm skipping ahead a few chapters, but that's a thing that can actually happen, or that did happen in the show. And then the xenomorph basically becomes a pet dog that protects her and the rest of the Lost Boys as they're trying to get out of the situation that they're in. Like, does that make any sense? Like, Sophia, even to somebody who's never seen the entirety of Alien or Aliens, it sounds like, right? Does that make any sense to you? Like, after 50 fucking years, roughly, almost 50 years of Alien, all of a sudden, Wendy and the Lost Boys can telepathically communicate with the monster that's been tearing people apart in cinematic history, and now it's just a pet dog. Sounds like plagiarism. Mm-hmm. I really, really wish that they wouldn't keep fucking up the franchise. I really do. And the other thing that really bothers me is with the, hang on, I'll show you. I will show. I won't even bring up paint. Because I don't even have to. That's how bad it is, right? I don't even have to bring up paint for this exercise. It's actually crazy that I don't have to bring it up. Okay. So, let me bring this up. That's fine. Untitled 13. I don't care. So this is how the Alien movies typically work. There's usually a pretty decent formula, especially if Ridley Scott's involved, right? You have your setup. There's nothing wrong with a good setup, right? For instance, truckers in space, right? That's essentially what they are on Nostromo in the first one. Okay, fair. And the setup keeps going with computer takes them out of hypersleep, detects acoustical beacon, possibly distress signal on planet, orders crew to check it out. Fine. Then Crew checks out planet and finds ship. Find the eggs and Kane. That's it. Yeah. Kane gets facehugger. Right. Crew escapes back to ship with Kane, who seems fine until he isn't. Right. Monster comes out in spectacular fashion. Crew, Monster comes out in spectacular fashion. So this is the entire setup, right? Then you have literally main portion of movie. That's one way of saying it. Yeah, he seems fine until he isn't, and Monster comes out in spectacular fashion. Main portion of movie. Crew tries to figure out how to get rid of Alien. Crew fails and tries to figure out how to survive. Yeah. And tries to figure out how to survive. And then... Oops. Yeah, there we go. Ripley is only one left and has to escape ship before it blows up. Holy shit, I can't type tonight. And kills Alien. Right? But even this, right? Those are the main two things for the main portion of the movie. This is literally the conclusion of the movie. Most of the movies follow this, including Aliens. And that's all well and fine. But Alien Earth does not follow this. Alien Romulus does not follow this whatsoever. So you typically would have... Here, I'll do it this way. There we go. You typically have your setup, and then you have the main portion of the movie, which is what lasts the longest, and then you have your conclusion, which is, okay, the hero or heroine, whatever, has to try and figure out how to get rid of the alien and or escape the situation. There's your classic horror movie setup. There's your Ridley Scott Alien horror movie setup. There's even the setup for Aliens. Romulus doesn't do that. They flip everything backwards, so it doesn't make any fucking sense. And the beats that you're looking for aren't there. And then you have Alien Earth, which makes even less sense because it doesn't even have a setup. They just throw you into the middle of shit and expect you to figure it out. And then they try to, like, what's the word? They basically try to, like, backpedal and go, oh no, we had absolutely every idea as to what we were doing, but they really didn't. But they try to explain it away by going, oh no, because there's a lot of things that you saw previously, even though we already came out with the scenes and we didn't answer anything, but they're all supposed to be, like, flashbacks. And it's like, okay, well, flashback to what? Exactly. Like, none of it makes any sense. It just doesn't. And they just want to throw as much gore at you and as much gunfire at you and as much slow motion at you and CGI at you as they possibly can, and it kind of takes away from everything. Like, I know people love, and actually, let me see if I can find it really quick. Here, let me do this. What was it? Alien Earth eyeball creature. Yes. Everybody is like, oh my god, this thing is cool. This thing is badass. No, it isn't. I'm sorry, but it isn't. It's just not. It's not fun. It's not cool. Everybody just locks onto this thing because it's something that's different. but it's not even a good different. Why is it not a good different? Because the fucking thing's never going to come up again. That's it. They had one season. They're possibly making another season, but we know that by the end of the series, it can't go any further than that because then it's never brought up again. And this is supposed to be a prequel to everything that happens. So if that's the case, this thing doesn't mean shit. Which means regardless of all the things that it might put people through in season 1 and season 2, none of it is relevant. Absolutely zero is relevant for anything that this does because it will never, ever, ever show up again. In almost 50 fucking years of movies and comic books and TV shows, and it will never show up again. So what's the point? But, you know, like, why? Why do that? It doesn't make any sense. And then they just put it in, like, the weirdest fucking positions. Right? They do. They just put it in the weirdest fucking positions, and it doesn't make any sense. Oh, look, we're going to put this in a cage with a sheep, and then we get to watch it rip the sheep's eyeball out, and then replace the eyeball with itself, and then the sheep can attack us so that it can go into another person's body and mimic the person until it doesn't want to anymore and then switch to it. And it's like, okay, cool premise, but it has nothing to do with anything relating to the xenomorph whatsoever. So what's the point? Why even have it? If it's not going to be around ever, then what's the point? And it's a bummer. It's a massive bummer. Or here's another favorite of mine. Alien Romulus Xenomorph. Yeah, sure. Fuck it, why not? They tried so fucking hard to make the Xenomorph from Alien Romulus look even cooler than it already does by giving it ridges on the top of the head and like trying to bring back the penis thing on like the back of it and giving it more spikes and giving it more. And it's like, why? The thing was already fucking scary. You don't need to give it a mouth 8 times the size of the one that it already had. It's already scary. Why? Why are you doing this? Like, none of this makes any sense. And because Alien Romulus, by the way, is also a prequel, none of this matters because this particular alien is never fucking brought up again, ever. So it's like, congratulations, all you've done is piss your money away for zero reason. What was the point? Like, maybe it's just me and I'm looking too far into it because I'm a massive, massive Alien fan, but am I the only one who feels this way? I mean, what do the rest of you guys think? Like, are they just doing this because they're too stupid to see, like, what they're doing? Or do they think that they're going to, like, be able to make something cool enough to keep going even though they don't realize that they're only making one thing and they still have, like, 50 years of shit that is proven otherwise? Horror movies are dead, IMO. I kind of feel like they don't have anything creative to say anymore. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see it. And the whole fucking Alice in Wonderland, or not Alice in Wonderland, the whole fucking Peter Pan thing in Alien Earth really irks me. Really, really irks me. I think that when a franchise has a hit show, they make them over and over and over again until they get stale. I mean, sure. Sure, but okay, so here's the problem with Aliens, or I should say just the Alien franchise, right? 1979's Alien was a hit, and then they tapped James Cameron to come in and make an Alien sequel, which was Aliens, and it was a hit. And then they wanted to make an Alien 3, and it got rushed, and there were a lot of problems, but generally overall, the movie itself was decent, but Sigourney Weaver was kind of done. She wanted to go do other things. She wanted to act as different characters. She didn't want to be typecast as Ripley her entire life. Fine. So spoilers, and I'm sorry to those who haven't seen it, but spoilers, Ripley dies at the end of Alien 3. And that's probably where they should have left it. But they didn't. Instead, they brought in Alien Resurrection, which was, for all intents and purposes, awful. It just was. There were a couple of funny parts, but generally speaking, the movie sucked. And then they stopped making Alien movies altogether because they finally realized, Fox at the time realized, okay, maybe getting Joss Whedon to write a script that he doesn't have any interest in is a bad idea. Right? Maybe getting a Frenchman who doesn't give a fuck about the franchise whatsoever, trying to direct a script that Joss Whedon wrote, who didn't give a shit to begin with, is a bad idea. Maybe we should put it on hiatus. There's a huge flaw at the beginning of 3, in case you didn't catch it. Yeah, you're talking about where Newt is in her own pod versus being in the pod with Ripley, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the reason why that happens, and I'm not saying it's a good reason, but it's a reason. The reason why that ends up happening is because Alien 3 is an amalgamation of like 7 different scripts. And they were trying to take different elements of all these scripts that kind of had a little something going on, but never really like fit the mold and like combine them all into one script. And they were trying to do it so fast that unfortunately it didn't make any sense whatsoever. And they went through, I think, like 4 directors who had signed on to the project, but then for whatever reason had to leave. And then I can't remember the director's name for Alien 3 off the top of my head right now. I think it's David something. Either way, he had literally only done like 2 music videos as a director before getting this movie. And he was way out of his fucking element. But he really wanted to do it because he goes, well, hey, I can show people my directing chops. Not a bad thing. But unfortunately, the pre-production was so fucked up that by the time he got it was just a complete disaster. And he was a big Alien fan, so he was really, really excited. And it was, even the production of it was so bad that when there were actors that were brought in later on for roles that, you know, might be a day or something like that, Sigourney Weaver would literally look at them and go, welcome to hell. Because she was so fed up with the script. She was fed up with the shooting schedule. She was fed up with the executives at 20th Century Fox constantly interfering with the director, and the director wanted certain shots done, and Fox said no, that's going to cost too much money. Meanwhile, they've literally rushed production, and they've literally rushed everything so much and so fast, but then won't give him the money to do what he needs to do, and it just, the whole thing was awful, right? So he did the best they could with what they had. Okay, fair enough. But it was just unfortunately it was a disaster, which is really sad because I've seen both versions of the movie. I've seen the theatrical cut, and then I can't remember what the other cut is called off the top of my head, but I've seen both versions of the movie from what was made, and in all honesty, it's not that bad of a movie. It's just, you can tell that it was rushed by a lot. No, it's not the director's cut. Here, let me do this. What's the other version of Alien 3 called? The assembly cut. That's what it is. So it ends up making it like 2.5, almost 3 hours, basically. But the problem with the assembly cut is, at least in the Alien quadrilogy, which I have it on Blu-ray. The problem with the assembly cut is there are scenes that are put into the assembly cut that are really cool, but because they ran out of time to do ADR to it, literally all you get is just the sound from the shotgun mics that they were using, so you can't really hear anybody, so they have to put subtitles in. So even if you don't have subtitles on, if you're watching the assembly cut, there are shots and scenes in that movie where all of a sudden you got tons of things going on and loud noises and so on, and then the actors try to speak but you can't hear them, so they have to put in subtitles because the audio is just that bad. Like, it's, yeah. Now, they're both good. I actually didn't mind Alien 3. I like Alien 3, but that's where, in my opinion, the Alien franchise probably should have ended. Oh, perfect.
Why is it called an assembly cut?
Yeah, hang on, we'll do this.
And not a director's cut? And could this alternate version actually be better than the Alien 3 that made it to theaters? Before we get to that, we have to explain why these changes were made.
Yep.
It should be obvious at this point, but fair warning that this video will spoil both versions of Alien 3. In short, the reason is, making Alien 3 was kind of a show.
Kind of?
Alien 3 had a troubled production from the very beginning. The movie went through multiple scripts and multiple directors for years before it finally landed in the hands of first-time director David Fincher.
Yes, thank you, David Fincher. Like, literally, David Fincher had only done like 2 music videos before this.
The difficult task of following James Cameron's Aliens, which had been a monumental success and amped up the action and bombastic elements of the series.
Get away from her, you bitch!
But Fincher was more interested in making something closer to Ridley Scott's original Alien. Less a roller coaster thrill ride and more of a claustrophobic slasher movie set in space. The problem is, the studio, 20th Century Fox, mostly wasn't on board with Fincher's vision. In the words of producer John Landau,
as a studio, we set out to make a release date and not make a movie.
Yep.
That essentially describes the whole production, which started shooting without a finished script. It went months over schedule and millions over budget. Even the release date got pushed back twice, first from the summer of 1991 to Christmas of that year, until it finally released on Memorial Day weekend of 1992.
For the last time.
Alien 3.
That version, however, was finished without Fincher's involvement. He got to the point where he was so frustrated at Fox's meddling that he walked out of post-production.
And by the way, not only did he walk out during post-production, he's only ever done, I think, maybe 2 interviews since directing this movie where he ever actually talks about Alien 3 because he hated everything about it.
It's amazing to me that Fox is the #1 studio in the country because they're all such a bunch of morons.
The movie didn't do bad per se, earning $160 million worldwide on a reported $50 million budget. But even though everyone admitted it looked good, the story turned everyone off. From critics,
this is probably the best looking bad movie I've seen in a while,
to Alien alumni like James Cameron.
I think they made a fatal mistake in killing off Newt and Bishop, and you fight so hard for these people to survive, and then you go to the next movie, and then but they're all dead.
And even Fincher himself. No one hated it more than me. To this day, no one hates it more than me. We'll never know what Alien 3 should have looked like had Fincher been allowed to complete it as he originally intended. But we can get a better idea of his final vision, thanks to the assembly cut. Like I said before, the assembly cut didn't come from Fincher. It actually came from this guy, Charles de Lozurica. You may not have heard of him, but if you're even a casual movie fan, you've probably seen his work. He's the guy who spearheaded several of those behind-the-scenes documentaries you find on DVDs, including the ones for Blade Runner, and of course all the Alien movies.
But all of those were fantastic, by the way.
While putting together the 2003 Alien Quadrilogy box set, de Lozurica discovered an earlier cut of Alien.
By the way, I have this on Blu-ray. I originally had this on DVD, and it was amazing because you could watch every single movie with not only the crew the crew commentary, but they would bring back all of the cast that would come back, and the cast would sit down and watch the movie and record their commentary over the movie, which was really, really cool. And then Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection all had their own making of documentary, which were easily anywhere from 2 to 3 hours long. So you got a shit ton out of this.
3 that had a number of extra and extended scenes that weren't in the theatrical cut. They couldn't get a hold of Fincher to agree to make a director's cut, so instead, de Lozurica and his crew decided to make this cut of the movie as presentable as they could, by inserting deleted scenes, re-recording unusable dialogue, and even adding in effects where necessary. The result is called the assembly cut. But even that label isn't exactly accurate either. The term assembly cut usually refers to an initial cut of a movie that's often 4 hours long, before the filmmakers whittle things down to a more standard runtime of about 2 hours. But the Alien 3 assembly cut isn't quite the same thing, and de Lozurica mentioned he didn't choose that name either. So here's how he described how to think of this version of the movie. I think that what we have done is to capture a snapshot of the film in the state it was in before it really got interfered with in post-production, before it got taken out of Fincher's hands. What you're seeing is a reconstruction of the direction the film was going. So this is the first cut of the film after development hell and after production hell, but before post-production hell. In other words, the assembly cut isn't the definitive version of Alien 3. It's not even really a director's cut, as Fincher claims he's never even seen it. But it's safe to say it's closer to Fincher's true vision of the film than the theatrical cut is. So is it better than the theatrical cut? Or is it still a mess of a movie, just with different problems?
I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it for you. It's still a mess. It really is. It's still a complete fucking mess, which is really, really sad. because I actually really appreciate the assembly cut, but it's still a complete disaster. You have to remember, when it comes to Alien 3, this is a movie that takes beats from a script where Ripley was going to be the only survivor on the Sulaco, much like what we see in the beginning of the actual movie itself, but lands on a world entirely made of wood and is literally trying to get a bunch of monks to help fight this alien that they don't believe exists because they're on an entire world made of wood and they almost never see it.
Let's break down both versions and see for ourselves. The biggest change between the two versions is the one I opened the video with, the outcome of Ripley and the prisoner's plan to capture the alien. In both versions of the movie, the group intends to spread flammable waste throughout the facility's vents and then ignite it to flush out the xenomorph and trap it in a storage area. And in both versions, the alien ambushes them and sets off the explosive material early. But while the alien gets away in the theatrical cut, things play out much differently in the assembly cut.
Oh, yeah.
Here, one of the inmates, Junior, played by Holt McCallany, sacrifices himself by luring the alien into the vault, where it gets trapped. And in my opinion, the movie plays out better with this change.
Oh, absolutely it does.
Gives Ripley and the prisoners a much-needed win at this point in the story, which has been basically non-stop terror and bleak nihilism for over an hour. It also nicely ties into the movie's theme of redemption by having Junior, the inmate who tried to rape Ripley earlier in the story, sacrifice himself for her and the group.
Yep.
But the assembly cut enriches this theme even more by what happens in the next handful of scenes that aren't found in the theatrical cut, especially the ones featuring Golic.
Oh, Golic. Oh my god, that guy's crazy. So, long story short, in the assembly cut, Golic goes nuts and he essentially sees the alien as it's insinuated, but it's not outright said. He calls it a dragon, but he's calling it a dragon in response to what all these inmates are, who are, or at least are trying to be, who are reformed, born-again Christians, which means that the dragon is quite literally Satan. And he goes insane because he's stuck on this planet for life, and he sees something that he can't explain that's fantastical, and starts calling it the dragon, and then starts trying to do things for the dragon. So literally it's a guy who's a born-again Christian who's never seen, like, really any sort of evidence that he's been redeemed as a born-again Christian, loses his mind after seeing the xenomorph, and basically considers it Satan. And because in his eyes, Satan is real, God is fictitious, he starts doing things for what he thinks is Satan.
Golic, played by Paul McGann, doesn't have much to do in the theatrical cut. He's the first prisoner who sees the alien and survives, but no one but Ripley believes him.
But they got slaughtered like pigs. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Stop raving about it.
Then he gets a few lines right before the alien attacks Clemens, played by Charles Dance, in the infirmary, but then he completely disappears from the movie.
Yep.
In the assembly cut, however, his character gets more screen time. 9 minutes in the assembly cut versus 3 minutes in the theatrical. Yeah, I counted. We learn the other inmates don't like Golic and think he's crazy. He seems to be ostracized from the rest of them.
Golic is just another poor, miserable, suffering son of a bitch, just like you and me.
Except he smells worse. And he's crazy.
And it turns out the experience of seeing the alien had a much more profound effect on him. After the group captures the alien, Golic escapes from the infirmary and actually lets the alien go from its vault. And then it kills him, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much more interesting arc for the character. Golic appears to worship the alien, which adds to the religious imagery and themes throughout the movie. And it ties into the movie's message on what true selflessness entails. Throughout the movie, we see Ripley and other characters either being selfish or only caring about a certain group of people to the exclusion of others. But I think the movie's message is that redemption can only be achieved by looking out for everyone, not just yourself and one or two others. This idea gets emphasized in another scene in the assembly cut, in a conversation between Dylan, played by Charles S. Dutton, and Ripley.
Charles S. Dutton, by the way, that dude's amazing.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's wrong with that. Except a lot of innocent people will die. I thought you were a religious man.
You don't understand, do you? That world out there doesn't exist for us anymore. We've got our own little world out here.
The prisoners looked out for each other, but not really for Golic. And that's what eventually caused him to go insane and release the alien. Their lack of empathy for a fellow human being ended up costing them. All of this nuance is lost in the theatrical cut. In a savvy editing move, they removed the creature's capture, Golic's betrayal, and a handful of other scenes without losing too much coherence in the plot. But the movie definitely lost some of its depth.
Very direct.
Making big cuts like that is part of the process of editing, but smaller edits can also have a big impact on the movie. Take this scene early on in the assembly cut. We match cut from this beautiful shot of some prisoners closing a door to Clemens opening a door. Superintendent Andrews, played by Brian Glover, greets him, offers him coffee, and all appears pleasant, before...
Listen to me, you piece of You screw with me one more time, I'll cut you in half.
But in the theatrical version, it's edited differently.
I can't join you. I have a previous engagement.
Listen to me, you piece of You screw with me one more time, I'll cut you in half.
Instead of the build-up to Andrew's outburst, the movie smash cuts from the previous scene into the middle of the next scene.
Yep.
Discarding the initial interaction between Clemens and Andrews. It's a good example of the trade-offs you make depending on how a scene is edited. On the one hand, that smash cut is effective at keeping the pace of the theatrical cut churning forward. But on the other hand, the assembly cut's version gives us a much fuller picture of the dynamic between Andrews and Clemens. And that characterization of the inhabitants of the prison is something that the assembly cut massively improves upon. After all, it's 30 minutes longer than the theatrical cut, so it lets us spend more time with the cast. For example, Clemens gets a different introduction in the assembly cut by being the one to find Ripley outside the facility.
The beach scene set up these inmates and set up the environment, and the fact that the doctor was a loner and that they used like Stone Age type gear. All those scenes at the front were invaluable to the film. To see her brought into the place, you saw what it was like, you saw all these bugs and all this other stuff that was, it just set the whole place up what it was.
Plus, since the movie sets up that the inmates have taken up religion, unlike in the theatrical cut, in the assembly, we get to see them, actually practice that religion.
Yep.
We get multiple new scenes of Dylan leading the inmates in prayer. And there are fewer jarring edits. When Dylan and Ripley have this exchange in the theatrical cut, here's what the movie cuts to.
What about the others? Where are they?
Praying. I have a problem with this.
But they're not praying.
And in the assembly cut, here's the new, more logical cut.
What about the others? Where are they?
Pray.
You believe in this heaven?
This extended focus on the supporting characters also addresses one of the big criticisms of Alien 3, that the cast is mostly a bunch of bald, white English guys, so it's tough to differentiate them. That really becomes a problem in the third act, when we barely recognize any of these characters we're supposed to be rooting for. It's still a problem in the assembly cut, to be honest, but less so. For example, the inmate who almost ruins the plan to kill the alien is a character we've never seen before until now in the theatrical cut.
True.
But he actually gets a small moment earlier in the assembly cut when he stumbles upon Golic returning from seeing the alien. Now, I've mostly been pointing out how the assembly cut improves on the theatrical cut, but it's important to note that not all the changes are good. In fact, there's one big one that I think the theatrical cut handles better, and it has to do with the big man himself. So we all know that every Alien movie tries to come up with a new spin on the creature. In Alien 3, we get an alien that resembles more of a wolf or a cheetah rather than the mostly bipedal variations in the first two movies. That's because in this movie, the host the alien comes from is not a human, but an animal.
Yeah, it's a dog.
Cut, it comes from one of the inmates' dogs. But it wasn't always like this.
True.
In the assembly cut,
It's an
the alien
ox.
came from a dead ox?
Yeah.
Now, that may sound off at first, but it does make sense. In the new opening scene of the assembly cut, we see oxen being used to pull Ripley's crashed EEV off the beach. And using an ox as the sacrificial animal for the alien has some nice parallels with how oxen were one of the animals ancient cultures sacrificed to the gods. It's another thread in the religious symbols woven throughout the movie. But ultimately, I think the dog host is a smart change. It's tough to reconcile an agile alien coming from a slow creature like an ox. And plus, in the assembly cut, the ox the alien bursts out of is already dead. Ignoring whether that makes sense from a lore perspective, it's much more disturbing and upsetting to see it burst out of a live, suffering dog. That said, I do love this edit that matches the shot of the prisoner's upraised fists with the image of the alien's extended mouth, as if both humans and alien are in solidarity together.
Amen.
While the theatrical cut's brutality in this scene definitely makes it better, I do think it overdoes it in another part of the movie.
Well, okay. Me personally, I'm more akin to it coming out of an ox. Maybe that's just me. One, because I don't like seeing dogs die. But two, because who's to say that it wasn't a bull? You know what I mean? Like, it IRL, you've got two types of, what is it, bovines? I think that's what they are, right? You have a cow. Cows are women. And then you have the bull, right? The bulls are men, right? They're male. Now, if you look at a cow is typically slower, right? Maybe a little bit more skittish, and so on. Bulls, on the other hand, if you've ever seen a pissed off bull, you want to stay the fuck out of the way. I'm assuming oxen are probably more along the lines of that. So to me, it makes sense. To me, the dog never made sense. It never, ever, ever did.
A sacrifice at the end when she falls into a furnace to kill the alien queen embryo inside her. In the theatrical cut, the queen bursts out at the last minute, as if it's sensing its imminent death and making one last desperate attempt to survive. It's definitely a cool shot, and the furnace does look better in the theatrical version, but to me it unnecessarily takes the focus away from Ripley. This moment isn't just about killing the queen, it's a farewell to a character who's finally accepted death and is ready to move on, at least until the sequel 5 years later. The theatrical cut...
Aren't oxen just castrated? Honestly, I have no idea. I've never really looked up oxen, but like, the way that I look at it is, okay, somebody's got a dog, right? Well, if it's the only dog on the planet, then that means that at best, you might be looking at, say, like, on average, anywhere between 8 to 15 years. I don't care whether it's a bull or an oxen or a cow. If you have a crap ton of them and you're using them as beasts of burden, then you also have to make sure that those things are breeding, right? So if that's the case, wouldn't somebody be a little bit more akin to trying to figure out where the hell the dog went if it's the only dog on the planet? Which is what's being insinuated because it's the only time we ever see a dog. Versus, oh, well, one of the ox died. You know, like one of the oxen died. And it looks kind of fucked up. Maybe, you know, it got into a fight with another one or something. And then they can kind of like, although it's still weird, they can kind of reason it away. Right? And then not think anything of it. Versus, well, what the fuck happened to my dog? It looks like my dog just got eviscerated and we know it's not any of the oxen. So what the fuck could it be? But they never bring that up. Ever. They never, ever, ever bring that up whatsoever. Is she holding the infant xenomorph? Yes. At the end of... So, throughout all of Alien 3, she finds out that she has a xenomorph inside her. And... Well, I should say through most of it, she finds out that she's got an alien xenomorph inside her. So, basically, she is in the same position Kane was in the first movie. But she's trying to stop the alien that is already, like, terrorizing and killing everybody. And she's already made a pact with Charles S. Dutton's character, the Preacher, that if worst comes to worst, and she starts feeling off, or starts feeling really sick, or starts to go nuts, he's going to kill her. And that's exactly what she wants, because she doesn't want to go through all of the crap that Kane does. She doesn't want to be the one to bring the monster out, and so on. He agrees to all of this. Unfortunately, at the end of the movie, when they set up the furnace it's a lead furnace, to kill the xenomorph that's already out, Weyland-Yutani comes in because they receive the distress call, and they realize what's going on, and she starts feeling really, really bad. Charles S. Dutton's character, if I remember correctly, isn't anywhere near her, so the only thing that she can do is throw herself into this molten lead furnace as the xenomorph is basically birthing itself out of her.
Puts more emphasis on the Queen than on Ripley. The assembly cut removes the Queen's escape attempt and restores the focus to where it should be, on Ripley's solemn sacrifice. I never felt it was necessary to show the creature. I said, whatever happens, she has to be in peace at the end.
Yes.
It has to be a sigh.
Yep.
Rather than gritting teeth and sweat.
And I agree with David Fincher on this. In the theatrical cut, I don't like how she has to hold this thing to her in pain while jumping in. I really, really like the shot personally of... Hang on.
The theatrical cut puts more emphasis on the Queen than on Ripley. The assembly cut removes the Queen's escape attempt and restores...
This shot. I really, really like this shot in the assembly cut because she's resigned herself to the fact that this is what she has to do, because even if she gets rescued by Weyland-Yutani, they're going to turn her into nothing but a science experiment. They don't care about her, just like they never cared about her in the Marines. They also never cared about her and her crew on the Nostromo. To them, she's literally just a science experiment waiting to happen. She has resigned herself to the fact that that's all she will ever be. Nobody cares. And instead of taking the selfish route so she can live, she's sacrificing herself for everybody there in the hopes that Wayland Yutani will do the right thing and evacuate everybody else who doesn't have a xenomorph in them, which is exactly what they do. Very religious themes and stuff like that, and that's all well and fine, but I just think this scene in the assembly cut does so much better of a job explaining where Ripley's head is at versus how they do it in the theatrical.
Where's the focus to where it should be, on Ripley's solemn sacrifice. I never felt it was necessary to show the creature. I said, whatever happens, she has to be in peace at the end. It has to be a sigh, rather than gritting teeth and sweat. So, when we compare the two cuts, how do things shake out at the end? The theatrical cut does have a better introduction of the alien.
I don't think so.
As the host.
Yeah, I don't like the dog as the host.
Editing choices are kind of brilliant in how they remove extra scenes without making the story incomprehensible. But the movie really benefits from the added runtime in the assembly cut. The successful capture of the alien and Gallic's later betrayal deepens the stakes and the themes of the movie. The supporting cast get more individuality, and the movie ends on a much more solemn note, without that exploitative shot of the Queen's premature birth.
Yep.
All in all, the assembly cut, despite not being a perfect movie nor a perfect recreation of Fincher's original vision for Alien 3, is the superior of the two versions.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. 100% it's the superior version.
That's all from me, guys. If you enjoyed this video, please let me know, as I like to delve into more alternate cuts of movies.
Yep.
I definitely plan to do the rest of the alternate cuts in the Alien series as well. But if there are any other movies you'd like to see videos about, let me know in the comments.
Ooh, actually, perfect. Hang on.
But if there are any other movies...
This shot right here. This is actually really, really cool. So this is the extended version of Aliens, right? This is supposed to be a shot of Amanda Ripley after Ellen Ripley gets back from being in hypersleep after escaping the Nostromo for 57 years. So we are quite literally in Alien Isolation playing this woman while she's still looking for her mother in that period of 57 years that Ripley never gets to experience. But, and I didn't know this until I watched the extended version with, I think it was the crew commentary. James Cameron talked about this. This is Sigourney Weaver's actual mother. So it's a picture of Sigourney Weaver's actual mother, and Sigourney Weaver is playing it off as if this woman is her daughter who is already dead.
you'd like to see videos about, let me know in the comments. Until next time, adios.
This was a good video. This was a really good video. I'm going to subscribe, and I'm going to like the video, and I'm going to give you guys the link. And I would absolutely suggest that you like the video. I don't know what else he has on his channel. I'd actually be interested to see. Let me take a look here. Really? That's it, huh? Okay. Well, I mean, it does take a little while, so I get it. When the director's cut is actually worse, why the Midsummer you saw isn't the whole story. Okay, that's fair. But, I mean, he's just starting out, right? He's just starting out, so I can't give him... I can't really blame him for only having 3 videos out. This shit takes a while to study. So, I mean, good for him. He's doing some good stuff. So definitely go like the video, go subscribe. Hell yeah. I actually really like the video. There were a couple of things that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I mean, I think that's more subjective than anything else. So yeah, I thought he did really well with it. To me, it looks like she's cradling the xenomorph. Well, here, let me see if I can go back and find the thing that you're talking about, because I know what you're talking about.
Sacrifice at the end, when she falls into a furnace to kill the alien queen embryo inside her.
Yeah.
In the theatrical cut, the queen bursts out at the last minute.
Yeah. So it bursts out at the last minute,
as if it's sensing its imminent death and making one last desperate attempt to survive.
Yeah. So what they do is in the theatrical cut, while she's falling, the thing bursts out of her chest and she grabs hold of it. So I can understand why it looks like she's cradling it, but I think it's kind of ambiguous and it's done that way on purpose. So is she embracing that it's happening, or is she trying to hold on to it to stop it from going anywhere so that it ends up falling in the lead furnace with her? Versus the theatrical, or versus the assembly cut where she just falls. Right? She knows the thing is inside her. She knows that eventually she's going to turn into the same kind of victim that Kane was, and that it's going to possibly kill everybody. So she just accepts her fate and she willingly throws herself into the furnace before anything like that can happen. And there you go.
To survive. It's definitely a cool shot. And the furnace does look better in the theatrical version, but to me, it unnecessarily takes the focus away from Ripley. This moment isn't just about killing the Queen. It's a farewell to a character who's finally accepted death and is ready to move on, at least until the sequel 5 years later. The theatrical
God,
cut
that sequel was awful.
puts more emphasis on the Queen than on Ripley. The assembly cut removes the Queen's escape attempt and restores the focus to where it should be, on Ripley's solemn sacrifice. I never felt it was necessary to show the creature. I said, whatever happens, she has to be in peace at the end. It has to be a sigh, rather than gritting teeth and sweat.
Yeah, I agree with him on that. I totally agree with him.
So, when we compare the two cuts, how do things shake out at the end?
Her face looks so peaceful. Well, and I mean, that's kind of the thing, is like, again, the problem with the theatrical and even the assembly cut is that there is stuff that is missing. So the assembly cut is more of a complete picture, but it still doesn't have everything that's needed, whether it's because they ran out of time to film certain things or because the extra stuff that they would need to kind of piece it all together perfectly no longer exists. I don't know. But I don't think we'll ever really know either. And that's kind of the bitch, is that there's so many weird choices in this movie, but generally speaking, the assembly cut is the way to go for sure. Because it, like he said, you know, you get more time with all the secondary characters. You get a better story in terms of how the alien was caught and how it got out. Even at the end with the Weyland-Yutani people, right? You get a better overall sense of what exactly it is that they want to do. It's a better overall cut of the entire movie, but again, we don't know what else is missing. I mean, you got to remember, this is a movie that's made this is a movie where the script is made from like 7 or 8 different scripts, and one of them is literally she lands on a planet made entirely of wood that is inhabited by nothing but monks. I'm not even kidding. I wish I was. Like, it's really, really, really weird. Here, let me do this. Alien 3 Wood Planet. Yeah. Screenplay. The time I was working on the map of the human heart with my co-writer, Ward told The Independent in 1993, I was broke. I'd spent a lot of money on going to the Arctic and interviewing anthropologists and dam buster bomber pilots. We were driving each other crazy. I was living in the basement in Australia. A phone call came in and I turned it down, but then they rang me back and said, we'll send you the script anyway. Ward was unimpressed. I read it. I said no again. And then they rang me back a third time and said, you can change the script if you like. Well, by this time, the basement was driving me crazy, so I said yes to get out. Free of David Tui's Prison Station script. David Tui, by the way, is the guy who made all the Riddick movies. Ward was on a plane for Los Angeles when he struck an idea for the film. After The Navigator, I wrote a book, Edge of the Earth, he told Empire magazine in 2009, and started exploring more medieval imagery, and I came across engravings and so on that I hadn't seen before. One of them was of the devil being cast out of someone's mouth. So on the plane over, some of those images came to mind. By the time I got to LA, I had a complete story. He explained to The Independent that it struck me that it would be possible to take the elements of the Alien story and overlay a whole Christian mythos on it, and it would fit perfectly. So these monks see a star in the east, which is Ripley's escape craft, and it crashes down in a lake, and you carry on from there. Okay. Somewhat to his surprise, the producers liked this bizarre idea. Ward's story would take place on a quasi-medieval wooden orbiter. Lindisfarne in space. It was like a Bosch world, he explained. It had a lot of technology at the center of it, controlling basics like gravity and air, but it was all rotting, and the surface world was like 2nd century AD Turkey, controlled by an ascetic sect of monks whose buildings and machines were all made of wood. This is literally the fucking design of the world. So you have all this technology in the center, but the entire outer shell that everybody lives on is made of wood. How crazy is that? It was sort of a retro film, Ward explained. Ripley was with the monks in a strange wooden orbiting vehicle with a monk commune in a wooden orbiting satellite, really. The monks decided to do everything the hard way because they were monks. But they did have basic technology so they could survive. Then in a world where people believe in devils, where she doesn't, comes the alien. I think it would have been quite amazing. Which, huh? Like, to an extent, okay, I kind of get it, but at the same time, The Alien, Devil, and the Dragon. Ward wasn't the only person who had thought of the alien in a historical, mythological manner. In an interview with Don Shea, Ridley Scott commented, "We'd always talked about and played around with the idea of the absolutes of good and evil, and if the alien was really, what was it? Was it the face of the devil? Was it the face of the demon? Because if you look at historical manuscripts, engravings, and pictures, from wherever they come from, whether it's China, whether it's Europe, whatever the nationality, there's a kind of continuity of the idea of the demon as there is about the dragon. So Alien was like taking off the mystical aspects of it and saying it's nothing to do with myth, it's a biological fact, it's a biological creature, and it's been here before. Despite its strange take on the Alien series, those involved with crafting the film were genuinely interested in exploring Ward's angle. I liked him immediately," said the film's production designer Norman Reynolds. "He was very enthusiastic. He had lots of ideas. We looked at some images he was really excited about, the fires of hell, all that sort of stuff. It seemed a really interesting way to go with Alien. However, it is also true that many couldn't wrap their heads around how a satellite made of wood could sustain life. Vincent Ward explained that the satellite was not made of wood, only covered in it, like scaffolding that had grown outwards from a technological core. The orbiter was originally quite ordinary, but it was modified to resemble an ancient abbey. The monks themselves were to be exiles from Earth and included political criminals and among their ranks. What if you had like sort of a powerful sect on Earth in the future of the Alien movies who reject all technology beyond a certain date? So the ruling forces say to the sect, okay, you want to live this way, we have an old satellite, huge thing, we'll tow it into outer space and you can just live there on your own. They just give them a place to live where they know inevitably they're going to die. The sect agree, but they believe in having an environment that looks archaic. Within that environment, a huge round satellite about a mile in diameter, you have maybe 16 floors, each one about 100 meters high. It's layered like an ant's nest or bee's nest, and each layer has been largely clad with huge areas sculpted of wood. They can grow wheat there and even have windmills and orchids and orchards in a way like a monastery." What was this person smoking? I get it for the inside, not on the out. Yeah, it's weird. The satellite, named Arceon, or Archeon, I don't know which one, has a range of technologies that allow it to survive in outer space. It has a means of dealing with gravity and a means of dealing with air, and it has a low surface atmosphere. It looks like a meteorite on the outer surface. So, you see what I mean? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. And yeah, this here's the bell tower with its ropes and cogs, the abbey floors thick with sandy dust, and then the film reveals its most infamous environment. And this is, like, basically kind of what it was supposed to look like, and it's like, but what? So yeah, you can see how, like, fucked up this whole movie production was. It really was fucked. Yeah, and here's, like, the top of the world, or the top of this orbiter, which again doesn't make much of any sense whatsoever. There's tons and tons of things on this. Oh yeah, the sheep alien, which is just weird. The script does not tell us where the alien comes from, the sheep alien having been killed in the barn. There's no insinuation at all that they are the same creature. If it's stowed away on the EEV, there's no indication in the script. Perhaps its appearance was something to be sketched out more thoroughly in a later draft. Still, it shows the carelessness of the plotting. We catch up with Ripley and the head in the hole. The white-haired man is Anthony, an android. Anthony urges Ripley to eat and restore his strength, then to fight back against the monks. They are interrupted by John, who bangs on the cell doors in search of Ripley. He opens Anthony's cell and enters. The two know one another. Okay. So, yeah, it's like, it's just kind of all over the place. It really is. Like, I'm kind of glad this movie was never made. And I really like Alien 3. I really like the assembly cut of Alien 3. I think they did as good of a job as they could with what they had, and yeah. Though she seemed unimpressed with the script as a whole, or more specifically its portrayal of her character, Sigourney Weaver read John's sacrifice scene and had an idea: give it to Ripley. In the original script, the male lead sacrificed himself and Ripley goes off again into space, she told Entertainment Weekly in 1992. And I got to the end and I thought, oh god, I said, this is it. Back to the script, and Ripley pilots the EEV and escapes the wooden world. She places Matthias, the dog, into cryosleep and spots a piece of parchment on the floor. It's John's final testament. Yeah. It's just weird. It's just really, really, really weird. So yeah, I'm actually, like, kind of glad the Woodworld thing didn't work out. I'm really glad the Woodworld thing didn't work out. I thought that was, oh, here we go. Every rejected Alien 3 story. Former cyberpunk neuromancer, fair, okay. An early idea was for Hicks to front Alien 3 and Ripley to retake the lead for Alien 4, and the producers wanted the third entry to be a Ridley Scott movie and James Cameron to helm the fourth. Gibson's screenplays also ended with the tease that Part 4 would take the fight to the alien homeworld. Ultimately, the producers felt Gibson's work wasn't unique enough and its Cold War subtext would date it badly in the years ahead. That's why Gibson's script was dropped, though the idea of a xenovirus that can reprogram human DNA was later reused for Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Okay. Rennie Harlan was the first director to sign up, though his first two ideas were swiftly knocked down. He either wanted to explore the alien homeworld or bring the creature to Earth, but the producers didn't like either pitch. Instead, they developed a new take from Near Dark writer Eric Red, which took place on a space station that was designed to resemble an American town. This is home to a military base that recovers the Sulaco, but in a shocking twist, it opens with the reveal that Ripley, Hicks, et al. Were killed off-screen and turned into alien eggs. The new lead is Marine Sam Smith, who uncovers military experiments on the xenovirus. Long story short, the virus breaks free and dooms the population instead, with the virus proving so potent, it finally transforms the structure itself into a giant xenomorph. Red's hyper-gory Alien 3 is filled with bizarre sequences, including an alien farm filled with xenomorph hybrids born of chickens and cats, and a chainsaw fight between Sam's mother and an attacking star beast. It's notoriously poorly written screenplay that was slapped together fast and rejected the moment it was handed in, with Weaver herself later dubbing it absolutely dreadful in the interviews. David Tui's Alien 3. Let me see. It featured no returning characters from the past Alien movies and instead followed a group of prisoners planning to escape from Moloch Island, while the Weyland-Yutani Corporation is secretly using prisoners as test subjects to create xenomorphs with new abilities. This includes one that can bleed acid and another that can squeeze into tight spaces. Strangely, Tui's Alien 3 feels more invested in the prison break aspect than the Alien one. His draft would have made for a decent horror flick, but it wasn't especially unique enough to become the third Alien. The main protagonist Styles does feel like a Riddick prototype, though, and some ideas from this pitch, like glowworms being used to light a dark area, made their way into Pitch Black. Tui eventually quit the project when he learned the producers were working on a totally different Alien 3 screenplay with Vincent Ward without informing him, which, fair. Vincent Ward is the Wood one. So, yeah, the whole production of this movie was fucked. Like, how awful is that? It's really, really weird, really weird. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I like Alien 3 for what it is, but me personally, I feel like they absolutely should have stopped, if that makes any sense. I really feel like they should have stopped and just said, okay, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, because now you have Alien Romulus, and you have Prometheus, and you have Alien Covenant, and you have Alien Earth, and none of them are good. Like, Prometheus is okay. Covenant, it's not the best, but it's definitely not Alien Resurrection, which is crap. It's just kind of a massive bummer. It really is. And I really, really wish that they'd give the reins to somebody who actually gave a shit, and the studio was less worried about, you know, making a buck and having like this amazing release date, and more concerned with actually making a good story. Which unfortunately is something that we get less and less of all the time. No, it's still clunking around. God damn it. But, I mean, again, maybe that's just me. And here's the thing that I love. I love this about Alien 3 so much. Whether it be the dog in the beginning or the ox in the beginning, it doesn't matter. That is still the goriest part of the movie. So if you can get through that, which is like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes in for each. If you can get through that, the rest of the story is nowhere near as gory as that. Which means that the worst is already over, and I think that's fantastic because it helps with all the character development and everything else. Still, people get killed, but you don't see ass, blood, and guts all over the place. Whereas, if you look at Alien Romulus, you can clearly tell that they had no fucking idea what they were doing. So, for instance, they have to make everything in Alien Romulus as gory as they possibly can, to the point where they blow their load so fucking fast that instead of leaving it as something toward the end where you can really, really get people and ramp them up, so now they're shit scared and they don't know what the hell is going to happen, instead, halfway through the fucking movie, you've got a woman who literally gives birth to an alien. Not chest burster. I'm talking actual gives birth. And it's like, okay, well, this is dumb. You know what I mean? Like, it's just sad. I think it's coming back. Okay, it's in the vent. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should do a video on the Alien movies and how they've just gotten progressively worse, including Alien Earth, and how just the franchise is taking a crap. You know what I mean? Maybe I should do that. Because there's so many things that were good about the first three, and then after the first three, it just all really started to go to hell. And I know that there's quite a few people, by the way, who are like, no, Alien Romulus, I mean, it kind of brings back the excitement. To me, it doesn't bring back any excitement. To me, personally, I'm never really excited after Alien Resurrection. Or I should say, I'm never really excited with any of the Alien stuff after Alien 3. Because Alien Resurrection is a train wreck. Prometheus has some good ideas, and then Covenant happens and it kind of craps all over things, but it's not terrible in an Alien Resurrection way. It's just not all that good either. AVP doesn't make any sense other than the fact that it's a good popcorn flick. AVP Requiem is worse than Alien Resurrection. Alien Romulus starts off really well, but then it just kind of feels like they got rushed and ran out of time and had to cram everything in there, and it kills off basically all the connection that you have with any of the characters, because you realize very quickly it doesn't really matter anyway. And then you have Alien Earth, which makes even less sense than AVP Requiem. And it's like, okay, but why? And thanks to all the crap ideas that they've had over the years, right? We ended up getting Aliens Colonial Marines. Which makes things even worse. and for the longest time was hyped as being canon. Except literally no other movie ever talks about it whatsoever. So what's canon now? You know what like it's so bad. You'd watch it? Totally fair.
If you find this facility in a state that isn't to your liking, please let us know. Why not ask me about Sevastopol's safety protocols? We don't forget the little details when seeing the big picture.
There it is. Thought so.
What are you? Unidentified species. Logging report to Apollo. What are you?
God damn it. Hello, Miss Lady. We meet again.
Good to see a friendly face.
Well, there's no place to hide, is there? Not really. But there is a vent. You know what? Oh, I can't. Shit. You know what?
You look
Fuck
like
it.
you've been through the mill.
Thanks. Worth it. I don't remember if there's any good way to get in there.
This really doesn't feel right, does it?
Nope. Does not feel right at all.
Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly. Seegson's been trying to sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sebastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security's still online.
Okay, enough talk now, Waits.
Yeah, Waits. You dick. I know I'm doing things back-asswards here, but maybe it'll help. I don't know. All I remember is hating this part. So much. Okay. Jovian gas giant. Yeah, fair. Error. Okay. There's not much in terms of any good clues, which, bummer. Come on. You can do it, Xeno. It's not gonna do it, is it? Oh, wait. Maybe. Nope. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, she's dead. Oh boy. Well, sadly it looks like the only thing I can do is do it the way that they want me to, which is literally hide from the fucking thing the entire time. Possibly. While getting all the way back out after flipping that switch. No, it's not that the game's bugged. It's that, what's the best way to put this? The AI has problems. It's smart, but unfortunately it also loses its mind every once in a while. So even under the best conditions, sometimes it just, the alien doesn't make any sense in terms of what it does. So this thing right now is just constantly going back and forth, but it has no reason to do so. Whereas for the previous 10 minutes, up until it smashed that girl's head like a grape, it was probably just going to leave her alone. And it did. And now the AI is just freaking out, and it's just constantly staying in the same area over and over and over again for seemingly no reason. And the real bummer is that they can't just go through and fix the AI, because the way that the AI is integrated into the actual game itself. So basically what it is the AI for the alien has to be coded in with everything that happens with NPCs and the player character and even the working Joes, so that it knows where all the NPCs are positionally in X, Y, and Z coordinates, and same thing with the working Joes, and same thing with the player character. The trick is, hey Myth, the trick is though, is that when the alien is in a specific area, as the character is, it doesn't get positional data as to where they are until it gets line of sight. But if it doesn't know that you're there, or it's in an area where it typically doesn't, or if the player character is in an area where it typically wouldn't go, if you wait long enough, the AI loses its mind and then just starts hunting everywhere. So again, that woman whose head got popped like a grape, it's debatable as to whether that's actually ever supposed to happen or not. But it did. It only took 15 minutes for it to finally realize, oh shit, somebody's there, and go there. You know what I mean? So it's really, really weird, but there's nothing they can do to fix it because it's all hard-coded in. So it's not just as simple as, oh yeah, we put out a patch to fix it. It's just one of those things that you got to kind of deal with. Which is a shame, because it really is the only downside. But I'm hoping in Alien Isolation 2, whenever that comes out, that they don't make the same mistakes that they did with the AI this time round. But we'll see. We probably won't hear anything about it for at least another year or two. We can only hope. Yep. That's all we can do. But I will say, if they want to keep this as close to canon as possible, that means that chances are we are going to be playing Amanda Ripley, or Amanda Ripley is going to be showing up in Alien Isolation 2, because that means that she has to live in order for Ellen in the extended version of Aliens to be able to see the picture of her daughter when she, like, right before she dies when she's in her 70s. So yeah, one of those deals. So the good news is that means that in some way, shape, or form, Amanda Ripley has to live. So at least we got that going for us, which is nice. So how you doing, Myth? How are the things? Because we're about to close up shop for the night anyway, so... Want to know something kind of cool? Yes, please. Today is your birthday, Myth. Happy birthday. Holy shit. Happy birthday, Myth. That's awesome. Well, I hope that today, I hope that you have a very, very pleasant day. And I hope that you are surrounded by people that love you, and I hope that they get to do something special with you and all that good stuff and make your day a good one. I really, really do. But yeah, that's great. That really, really is. Of course. You've been here for God knows how long. You have. Ooh, stretch. Oh. Oh my God. That felt amazing. Oh yeah, it's been a long while. Absolutely. But yeah, seriously, I hope that I hope today goes well for you. And I hope it's a really, really good day, and you can have a really good day with people that care and people that love. And yeah. I hope it's just overall a good day for you. I really, really do. And happy birthday again. We are going to be calling it here, though. Which means that later on today, I'm going to have to go through this portion of hell that really is hell. But we'll get through it. It's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of a pain in the balls. Might take more than a few dozen tries, but I'll do it. Glad I caught you before you ended? Yeah, I'm glad you did too. I'm absolutely glad you did too. I do have to thank Gina coming in with a raid, though. Really, really appreciate that. And we had Myth, we had Sophia, we had Medicine, we had Itzy, we had Aelin. Corgi was here for a little bit. We had Spectre, we had Fafo, I believe Pixel Pixie was here. We had Crit. We had all the awesome people. Been lurking while working on my father's laptop. No worries, Crit. No worries at all. But thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for being here. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, and for Myth, a great happy birthday, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye, guys.